both. Because there isn't a lot of new stuff to say, is there?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been trying to recapitulate some of my arguments just so that they're more concise and focused. And I mean, I've also been thinking about political issues in my country, which I keep on trying to give advice to the political party. I mean, because it's very interesting. They've kind of got an interesting dynamic because people have criticized Helen Ziller. I mean, I'm not criticized her because I think that she's in some sense the only one with a sensible political line, because she's really anti-woke. She's very pointedly anti-woke. But the rest of the party has not found a way to absorb that line, that political line. They haven't found a way to integrate it within their brand. And it's much easier for an individual to make comments here and there than to actually sort of transplant that into a general party line. And so I really think that the whole of the Democratic Alliance needs to become more like Helen Ziller and find a way to integrate that political line. Because, I mean, in my view, they are just too politically incoherent. Like the leader and Helen Ziller will often make the right kind of comments and they will generally do things and it'll be great. But I really get a strange sense that the party is not ideologically on one side of this issue.
Right.
And I can understand why they might even want to understate that, because maybe there's some voters on the fence in terms of the culture war, and they don't want to alienate them. And people that are voting for this political party just because they because they know that this party is clean, that this party is not corrupt, and but they believe in the woke ideology or the identity politics stuff. And right. I do think that in the long term, it's a losing proposition. And for them not to brand themselves as anti-woke and not to properly own that, because otherwise you get into this thing where you're lukewarm, where people don't know where you stand, and then you can't turn the people who are on the other side of the argument, because there are some people that will never vote for the DA unless you actually win the moral argument and you convince them. And you can't convince anyone if you're not forthright in your position, if you're not compelling, and it goes to credibility as well. And so the media is always against this political party. This political party is lambasted constantly for not virtue signaling and being on the wrong side of identity politics. And if you're going to take that kind of criticism constantly, if you're going to take that kind of argumentation constantly, you don't do yourselves any favors not being robustly resilient, because it's not enough just to say these are our values. You actually have to start going against people who don't hold your values and criticizing them, because then that means that you actually believe in your own position.
Right.
They look like that they don't believe in their own position. That's my critique of them. And yes, I think that that's an unfair criticism, but that is what the media is able to label them and get away with labeling them like. Because if you don't go after the media that is dishonestly labeling you all the time, right, then you are in some sense being complicit in your own sort of bad PR, and so you really have to start being vicious about the propaganda. And you can't, so I mean, this is how I phrase it, is that you can't just say we are non-racialist, these are our values. You actually have to start pointing your finger at other people and saying that is a racialist politician, and they're leading us all down a bad path, and this is why we have this kind of devastation that we sit with in this country. And if you don't start drawing those lines and making those connections, I don't see you actually making ground. I do think you have to prosecute the culture war essentially in politics. And even push towards segregating institutions like media houses and things like that. Because, I mean, in my country, there's something called the Daily Maverick, and they host a lot of different journalists. They've got writers they've got anti-woke people that they publish pieces, and they've got woke people that publish pieces. And I'm like, and you have to pay like, you can't leave comments on the articles unless you are a paid subscriber to this platform. And when I see people in the comments section complaining about an anti-woke article and pointing out all the inconsistency and hypocrisy and stupidity,
Right.
all I can say about this is that you are not helping. If you can comment on this article, you are giving money. You're you're paying towards this filth. This anti-constitutional, racialist, inflammatory, just this divisive trash. And stop. We need journalists and we need institutions that are properly segregated on the. I do actually think that democracy is going to continue to be hard-boiled and eventually evaporate until we can actually start having anti-woke marches or movements. And we really have to. I think it's the only way to actually have a feasible defense of the liberal order and of a liberal open democracy. I think it is going to go away if people don't take that particular line against these people, because sort of. If you entertain their narrative, which has so much implicit dishonesty woven into it, I don't think you win. I think you just end up feeding them, because they thrive on resistance. You need to actually turn your back against them. You need to put them on the other side of an institutional fence that has filters that doesn't let them in. Otherwise, you're gonna boil. So anyway, so. Trying to get that message across is hard, and I do think that getting a political party that has a proper platform that is, I mean, they do say all the right things, but the leader says all the right things, but it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, just in terms of, it's problematic as well, because what you would really like is you would like people who are supporters of this political party to know that the political party has their back when they attack these illiberal, identity politics, toxic forces in culture and society. But you can't know that. And this is also partly because of, I mean, look, I understand that structurally it's very hard to have a political party and to have structures and things like that, to have such a large group of people, and so they end up creating rules, and they've got a disciplinary, kind of system, and one of their rules is that you cannot bring the party into disrepute.
Right.
But I mean, like, that rule just does not work in the times that we live in, because already the party itself is beyond the pale, according to half of the journalists in the country. More than half the journalists in the country would say, well, if you're not on the right side of identity politics, then you are a disreputable party. So, like, whose definition of disreputable? Like, that standard is you have to have standards that have principles, that have real integrity, and that you can actually argue the principled point on the issue. Because just this popularity contest of, are you bringing the party into disrepute? Well, you're going to have to risk that to make any headwind in this climate of
Idiocracy.
Yeah, I mean, the real thing. I mean, I can only come up with bad ideas, I guess. But I mean, my other idea is that at some point you have to have your political party or your institution should have a list of journalists that are blacklisted. That no, we won't talk to you because you are a proto-fascist. All you do is essentially blare out the narrative of identity politics and group guilt and disgusting racialism. You don't believe in the Constitution, and what is the point of being exposed to someone who's just going to dishonestly peddle their narrative and to make their ideological points, and you're just being ideologically bucket fished? That's not a journalist. That's a polemicist. And so unless we start making distinctions like this and acting on them and finding some way to regain some normalcy, or to create a bubble of sanity that then can culturally, eventually safeguard itself and then expand. Because that's the problem, is that there is no stable ground from which to operate until we start working out institutional boundaries. Now, ultimately, the courts have failed because we should have already been able to remove these academics from universities for their anti-constitutional propaganda. You can't use your academic freedom to undermine the Constitution and to undermine non-racialism. I mean, these people, are just beyond the pale. Our Constitution. The reason why I believe it's brilliant is because it actually, on paper, does solve the liberal intolerance paradox. But it doesn't help when the Constitutional Court judges themselves have overtly betrayed the Constitution, betrayed its values, and endorsed this governmental prerogative to essentially unilaterally redefine what non-racialism should mean in reference to affirmative action. And so you don't have the proper constitutional rigor and scrutiny. The Constitution Court exists just to test whether things are consistent or inconsistent with the Constitution. You can't say, no, there's a governmental prerogative, so we can't actually do the proper subclauses in the limitations clause and look at the practice of equality and see how these things match up. They just say, no, there's a governmental prerogative. The government, it's hands off from us, it's just a complete dereliction of duty, and that is the moral corruption that has now fully established itself culturally. And we're never going to have democratic literacy in this country if this so-called justice becomes the new definition of justice, becomes normalized. Because without a common vision of justice, South Africa cannot work, because that was the thread of sanity that was holding the new South Africa together, that was going to be the hope of a new dawn, essentially. And as that has been morally corrupted, it has allowed for state corruption to go essentially ideologically disguised under this. Anyway.
Did you have a look at that meeting? That A&M's faculty senate meeting?
I think I only saw the parts of it that you showed me, but
so in the latest one that I was actually live for, I was chatting and they kept canceling me, so I kept going in under another account and they kept fucking deleting my shit, and then finally after the third time they disabled the chat. But this woman, the chief of diversity since last year, after the George Floyd shit, she was doing a presentation of a new policy that they can add to the diversity, inclusion, equity bullshit. And it was pretty much a carrot and a stick kind of thing, where they were going to develop some kind of hierarchy that staff, students, and faculty could go to pretty much vent their microaggressions that they received. And there was going to be, I guess, disciplinary actions. And another part of that whole thing was they were going to reward people for saying the right things and making these women, because it's women who fucking go and complain, making these women feel comfortable and welcomed at Texas A&M. And the diversity officer, I guess she held some kind of meetings with some students, and the students thought it wasn't a good idea to reward people for respecting their culture. So it was just a mess, a complete fucking mess. But towards the end of it, one of the men brought up some new business. I don't know how this Senate government shit works, but there was a dispute on if it was okay to bring up this business. And the guy was really pushing it because he wanted a standard set for students to stop them from asking for a better grade that they didn't deserve, or extra credit because they had a low grade and weren't really doing what they're supposed to be doing in their class. And the dude used the word pretty please. Like, he's tired of hearing these students ask pretty please. if they can have a fucking higher grade, because apparently they have nothing to point to say no, I can't, because these are standards. And so he brought up that he wanted to institute something that they could point to and be like, no, and this is why. Because, you know, it's unethical on both our sides to be fucking even having this conversation. Like, and the one lady that shut it down, she shut it down, and she was like, yeah, I don't think I'll be for this, because it will totally reduce my academic freedom.
I mean, I've had experience. I mean, it's interesting. When in 2008, I think it was, or 2007, I was at a university for 1 year, and in sociology, there was a lecturer, because we had like 4 different lecturers, I think, and I was told by my tutorial, we had master students who would lead our tutorial groups or whatever. And she just told us, your marks are going to go down. And she just said that this lecturer, I mean, she was slightly coy about explaining it, but eventually she just said, basically, this lecturer is very racist. You get marks based on the color of your skin, essentially. And so, like, your marks are going to go down, and other people's marks are going to go up, and just don't say anything, essentially.
But that's the academic freedom that these women have.
I mean,
feminists can fuck with men, white men, at the university level if they want to, and they call it academic freedom.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, what you just said, I mean, I guess just triggered that memory. I must say, to me, it was strange because, well, she at least covered a track slightly, because what she actually did was, you could not hand in any piece of paper to be marked that wasn't produced by more than you worked in a pair. So basically, you couldn't get an in. There was individual grading, but your work would be with somebody else, and then you would have to make a declaration as to what percentage each person contributed towards the piece, or something like that. And I don't exactly know if we always, because I always just said that we did it 50-50, because we discussed the whole. What I did was I discussed the work completely with the other person, and then I wrote the whole thing, actually. Or if there were some parts that the other person could do in a subcomponent, but essentially, because I was the strongest student, and so anyway, but and that's what she was comfortable with, but I mean, we did basically fully go over exactly what was going to be the content, right. And supposedly the logic of this is that it would help weaker students as well to be able to discuss and negotiate content and stuff like that. So everything was always produced by more than one person. And so I guess you could never know, like, why you got a low mark, because maybe it was because it was like they were judging you on how well you coordinated, or something like that. Or if you, and I always thought that maybe I was being marked down because it was essentially a lie to say that we both did 50-50. That means that you didn't delve deeply enough to actually accurately apportion the work, or so I guess the whole thing was kind of mystified slightly, so that essentially, you could never say, oh no, this should be worth more, or because you don't know exactly what the metrics might be. But
right.
Anyway, but so I guess this is really irrelevant. But I mean, at least that, I think, was a slightly clever way to disguise your racism, if you're going to sort of be overtly racist in how you award marks.
Right. Yeah. It's weird. It's really weird.
But now I guess they don't even have to do that, because culture has shifted so much. It makes perfect sense that, you can just kind of provide equity, that you have an equity bell curve. It's like
Right.
or you have a compensatory bell curve, you know, that you have to.
Now that's the zero-sum game mindset, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just. I mean, I don't. You see, there's nothing more to say about any of this stuff because I mean, it's
Yeah.
all just so depressing and depraved. But I mean, like because at the end of the day, you have to know that everything that you're doing is so performative. Like it's so virtual. You know, like you're always doing it for the future of some collective future that you're trying to lead towards. You know, it's all about the means to the end. So
Right.
like you're literally looking past everything that's happening. You're looking past, you know, the person and the quality of their work, you know, and
Right.
you're not even looking at them. You're looking at just some category. You know, it's
Right.
so dehumanizing in every way.
Isn't it?
And the only way that I think that you can justify that is by actually at least blaming someone. So at least if you're looking through the people who you're trying to ideologically privilege and to compensate, you at least have to believe that you're taking something away from the other people because that needs to be redistributed. So it's in some sense, it's not as if the people deserve to be compensated as much as other people need to suffer. You
Right.
know, like that they need. That's why I mean it's probably they do like the blame more than they like the stick more than they like the carrot because in
Yes.
some sense, you know, it's all about that that's the only way to rationalize justice.
That's what those students that officer of diversity pretty much pointed out. Like she had this whole plan. Apparently it's a thing that it's a new extension to the diversity, inclusion, equity stuff because they don't want to lose out on all the great work they've already done. They want to add to it. And she said it was closest to reflecting A&M's core values, which none of it does at all. And one of the guys even said how great it would be because Texas A&M would be the first major university to adopt such a policy.
Yeah.
And the students were like, "Oh, yeah, this is great and all, but we don't think people deserve to be rewarded for respecting our culture." So essentially taking away the carrot and just leaving the stick.
Well, I mean, I think that it does make that there's some ideological consistency for that. I mean, it's just that the ideology itself is so psychologically toxic. I mean, I made an hour recording about that movie, and one of the major themes that I went into, it actually comes from an academic, although I don't blame this academic. This is not an evil academic, but he did come up with, he did, what's the word? He did make explicit something that is a corrupting influence within society, and that he was trapped by this formulation. He couldn't find, but he's a sociologist called Anthony Gideon, I think. I hope I'm saying his surname right. I actually met him at Rhodes University. He was perhaps I shouldn't say this or whatever, but he was a very big sociologist, famous sociologist. He like wrote the textbook, and he was there at Rhodes University, and he funded like the whole sociological wing of the university. It was really impressive. But anyway, he came up with this theory, which I'm probably going to butcher quite badly, but his whole theory is completely rational and logical, and it really impacts political science, and it all has to do with the fact that I'm probably going to be butchering this, but it's something like it's a precautionary sort of logic, is that governments have a duty to protect their citizens or to keep their citizens safe. But threats, because there's such a thing as unknown unknowns, there are, and because of technology and because of, you know, basically risk is something that is unbounded. It's unlimited. You know, like the possibility of risk is always, you know, existentially, starkly grave. And so there is a natural justification for a government to essentially incorporate within its structure something like a secretive deep state that serves to protect the public from unknown threats, and it's rationally covered for doing so. It's completely logical, and that it does this. The problem is that as soon as you give way to that kind of rationalization, you have a kind of corrupting established, a kind of established structure that you can't properly police, or you can't, unless you have a very strong judiciary that can sort of have the power of assessing or evaluating, or at some point, kind of what's it called in America, where you've got you have depositions, like when you're gathering evidence. I understand that you need some kind of special structure in the judiciary to maybe deal with some sensitive matters, but essentially, if you don't have a strong judiciary where everything leads to that in terms of its integrity, you end up with unaccountable, opaque things, which, in some sense, this is how the world already works. Like the CIA exists, and you have all these other things, and governments already use this logic de facto, and so you always get corrupt parts of an establishment that has no way of, and I mean, this all comes from the logic of rationalizing safety. You can always just make a whole associative chain, and linked, sort of factoids that lead you down this corrupt road, and there's no way to sort of undo it. And that's the same logic that is being used by identity politics. Is that you've got a narrative that is completely rational, and within those categories, within those entities that it has tracked, that this is where the moral currency sits. This is a real duty that the people should have towards social justice, and that in that conceptualization. And if you buy that rational narrative, then you're plugged in, and you are prone to following its prescriptive, edicts and its policy. And it's just that it means that you sit with a kind of corruption that everyone is forced to get their hands dirty with, and you can't extricate yourself from it. In the same way that states are perhaps, just when the democratic part of the state is perhaps being controlled by the deep state, how, anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, there are ways of solving that problem as well. That's what my whole recording was about, talking about that movie. It was all about democracy, because I mean, that's, I think, one of the underlying themes of the whole thing is the fragility of democracy and the fragility of institutions like journalism. I think that's what the movie was all about, pretty much.
Yeah, I was actually really irritated at the end until the until the chick got eaten. I was like, well, fucking good. But needless to say, if they would have just murdered all the idiots in the beginning and let the actual smart people try to work it out.
I actually thought it was going to have a happy ending, so they all did die in the end. I didn't see that coming. I thought they were going to live.
No. It was very depressing. Because people don't want to hear stuff. They just want to feel good, right?
It was, I mean, I have 2 points. I mean, I was disgusted by how much dishonesty was projected at half of the political aisle. And I know why they did that. They did that because you can't get Democrats or a leftoid audience to actually watch a movie unless you pander to their bias and their narrative projection onto reality. And so I was really disgusted at just how far they had to give in to the left side of the aisle just to, in their view, I think that they had a very clever Shakespearean play within a play, the Devastation movie. Sorry, this is a spoiler. Yeah. I should have said that first, saying all these spoilers, but
yeah, it's fine.
That they, the guy's like, oh, I'm not political. I'm not for Don't Look Up or look up, it's all the same. This is just a popcorn movie. This is just a popcorn movie. But
Right.
it's disgusting that just to make a popcorn, I mean, if that is a comment about itself, about its own movie, which I think that it is to some, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe I'm reading into I'm being too generous in my analysis in some sense. But if they were just trying to make a cultural commentary across the board to criticize both sides, and I do think that that was maybe what the intention was,
Yeah.
they still have to be so dishonest in feeding the left narrative just to make it palatable to half the population or half the political, kind of divide in America. Or I mean, I don't really know if it is half, but that they have to give that kind of concession. Otherwise, essentially, it's going to snag on all the dishonest, narrative filtering that exists on the left or on CNN or whatever.
Yeah, because it looked like the president or whatever, and the people that they were talking to was supposed to be like MAGA, maybe, but yet still had all the virtue signaling and all the feminist shit from the left in it. Like, it's almost like they inversed it somehow.
Yeah, it was a strange. I mean, I was trying to work out because there were so many elements of it which just don't comport with any kind of right wing or conservative or Republican kind of platform. Like the sexual laissez-faire, kind of cultural stuff, is obviously more left, way more left than it is right.
Yeah.
And also then how they.
A female president, that's a left agenda.
Well, I don't know. I think that if there was an American Margaret Thatcher, I could see them doing well in the Republican Party. Well, I mean, obviously through some kind of cultural translation. But I mean, Nancy Reagan, I think, could have been a brilliant American president.
Yeah. But they were saying all the things that they say on the left.
Yes. Well, no. Well, it's weird because they were enacting the left's critique on the Trump phenomena. They were also enacting the left's critique of populist right wing conservatism. I mean, I don't even want to call it right wing because it's. I mean,
Right.
you would have called Trumpism, Bernie Sanderism, like 10 years ago. I mean, Trump is a blue dog Democrat. I mean, like,
Right.
it's crazy how he's branded as far right. I mean, completely dishonestly casting the MAGA movement as racist and all of the dishonest, kind of projections that the left puts onto Trump. Like so lined up in that movie that, I mean, to be that flagrantly dishonest. I mean, in some sense, I feel like it's good that they did that because in some sense, they didn't make any genuine criticism of Trump. They didn't make any because it's all fake. It's only fake. They only allowed fake criticism, whereas all the real, genuine cultural commentary criticism, in some sense, although this doesn't come out in the movie at all, has all come from the left. Has all come from CNN. Like all the fakeness in the narrative in journalism and all the frivolity in journalism. You don't see that on Fox News. You see that on the left. Like you see that on CNN. You see the hype and the hysteria and the surrealism.
Yeah.
So they didn't show that on the camera. They didn't show that in the narrative. They commented on it as a phenomena, but they just kind of lied that this was like a general phenomena, and they almost lied that it was being caused by just people wanting to have an up-tempo beat or something like that, which is not even culturally. That doesn't ring true, and that doesn't hold any water. That's not why these narratives are being spun. People are getting into celebrity culture and superficial frivolity because of because it's a distraction from how deviated it all is from common sense, from the fact that Trump is essentially a blue dog Democrat. That's Trump's platform is would have fit it into the Democratic Party 10 years ago, easily. I mean, it used to be
taking over our government.
Yeah, well, identity politics has just created so much strange politics, about so many issues. But like Bernie Sanders would have said that it's the Koch brothers conspiracy that want the open borders for low wage to lower wages. Like that would have been like Bernie Sanders was, and then he had to remove that from his platform. So it's crazy how they toe the line on that side of the aisle to just all of this crazy stuff. They've just incorporated it, and it just shows you, I think, how little integrity they have. Like they are really just on this. They're on the back of this beast, and they're going off the cliff, and they just have to, because that's the cultural momentum, and that's the zeitgeist, and because everyone can so easily feed into the narrative, because it's so formulaic, it's so you just kind of project and scapegoat. And so I was just disgusted. I mean, sadly, if you want to make a movie that appeals to everyone, you have to do that, because people that watch CNN are not going to tolerate watching a movie that undercuts their prejudices and their bias, like in their worldview, which has been inculcated and spoon-fed and propagated, by the machine on the left, or the Democratic Party.
Right. See, but I feel like if I was on that side and I lived under that lens, and that's how I saw things, I would see that movie and just have another excuse, like, oh yeah, see what happens when you let those patriots have any fucking control? They blow up the world. Like,
yeah, I mean, it is interesting, because I think that maybe the movie is designed to be a Trojan horse, because at the same time it's giving you some good cultural commentary, although it's not being as honest as it could be about diagnosing the source of the toxicity in the society. But at least it's identifying the symptoms, and at least it's underscoring them as being negative symptoms. And so then you are left to analyze it as an audience as to, well, what is the actual cause of these symptoms? Because in some sense, I mean, they could, as I said, I believe this is all coming from the left. It's not their critique of journalism being frivolous. Journalism isn't frivolous because it's obsessed with celebrities. I think that it's tending that way because CNN has to lean that way, because they've got the basics of common sense. They're so divorced from common sense that they need that to kind of fill in the gaps. They need the virtue signaling. They need the actors to give them props and to give them kind of that groupthink credential. Like that, because that's all they have. They have so little. They can't make the argument independently of the popularity contest or something.
Yeah. Did you watch Lex Friedman and Elon Musk's discussion from a couple days ago?
How long ago was that?
Like 3 days, I think.
Oh no, then I haven't seen that. I did watch. I watched Elon Musk on the Babylon Bee interview. I thought that was nice.
Yeah.
What did they go into with Lex?
Oh, lots and lots and lots of stuff. He actually.
How many hours was it? Because doesn't Lex do like 3 hours?
No, it was only. Hold on, let me pull it up. I think an hour, almost 2, maybe hour and a half. Oh, it was good. Yeah, they talked to 2 days. Wait, no, 4 days. Sorry. Yeah, they talked about a lot of stuff. But let's see, meme review. Some kind of recommending. The advice for young people part was super interesting. He also made a comment that it's so much easier to reprogram robots than humans.
Yeah, I heard Elon Musk making an interesting point that he wouldn't want human beings to live forever because human beings are not very good at changing their mind. So you would have a very static society, or
Right.
you would have very sort of parts of society that would be entrenched. So it's better if people die off, so at least then, bad ideas won't live forever or something like that.
Well, he did go into a part where he talked about, hold on, Mars and how that would be governed. Yeah. So he actually talked about something about our kind of government, because we haven't had a freaking war in forever to kind of clean the slate, that we just have way too many laws.
Oh, yes. I've heard him make that point often.
Yeah. But this little bit here, advice for young people, I thought was good.
What kind of advice? Was it for economics or for cultural, personal lives? Or?
Yeah, just for, I think, individual young people. Here, I'll give it a play. It's only a couple minutes long.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like 5 minutes.
You, like I mentioned with SpaceX, you give a lot of people hope, and a lot of people look up to you. Millions of people look up to you. If we think about young people in high school, maybe in college, what advice would you give to them about if they want to try to do something big in this world, they want to really have a big positive impact? What advice would you give them about their career, maybe about life in general?
Try to be useful. Do things that are useful to your fellow human beings, to the world. It's very hard to be useful. Very hard. Are you contributing more than you consume? Can you try to have a positive net contribution to society? I think that's the thing to aim for. Not to try to be sort of a leader for the sake of being a leader or whatever. A lot of time, the people you want as leaders are the people who don't want to be leaders. So, if you can live a useful life, that is a good life, a life worth having lived. And like I said, I would encourage people to use the mental tools of physics and apply them broadly in life. They're the best tools.
When you think about education and self-education, what do you recommend? So there's the university, there's self-study, there is hands-on, sort of finding a company or a place or a set of people that do the thing you're passionate about and joining them as early as possible. There's taking a road trip across Europe for a few years and writing some poetry. Which trajectory do you suggest? In terms of learning about how you can become useful, as you mentioned, how you can have the most positive impact.
But I encourage people to read a lot of books. Just read, basically try to ingest as much information as you can, and try to also just develop a good general knowledge. So you at least have like a rough lay of the land of the knowledge landscape. Try to learn a little bit about a lot of things. Because you might not know what you're really interested in. How would you know what you're really interested in if you at least aren't like doing a peripheral exploration of broadly of knowledge landscape? And talk to people from different walks of life and different industries and professions and skills and occupations. Just try to learn as much as possible. And search for meaning.
Isn't the whole thing a search for meaning?
Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that.
So, and then try to find something where there's an overlap of your talents and what you're interested in. So people may be good at something, or they may have skill at a particular thing, but they don't like doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to try to find a thing where you have that's a good combination of the things that you're inherently good at, but you also like doing.
And reading is a super fast shortcut to figure out where are you both good at it, you like doing it, and it will actually have positive impact.
But you got to learn about things somehow. So reading a broad range, just really read it. You know, more important was as a kid, I read through the encyclopedia, so that's pretty helpful. And there are also things I didn't even know existed. Well, lots, obviously. And
it's like as broad as it gets.
The encyclopedias were digestible, I think, you know, whatever, 40 years ago. You know, maybe read through the condensed version of the Encyclopedia Britannica. I'd recommend that. You can always like skip subjects where you read a few paragraphs and you know you're not interested, just jump to the next one. So read the encyclopedia or skim through it. But I, you know, I put a lot of stock and certainly have a lot of respect for someone who puts in an honest day's work to do useful things. And just generally to have like not a zero-sum mindset, or like have more of a grow the pie mindset. Like if you sort of say like when we see people like perhaps including some very smart people kind of taking an attitude of like doing things that seem like morally questionable, it's often because they have at a base sort of axiomatic level a zero-sum mindset, and they, without realizing it, they don't realize they have a zero-sum mindset, or at least they don't realize it consciously. And so if you have a zero-sum mindset, then the only way to get ahead is by taking things from others. If it's like if the pie is fixed, then the only way to have more pie is to take someone else's pie. But this is false. Like obviously the pie has grown dramatically over time, the economic pie. So in reality, you can have to overuse this analogy. You can have there's a lot of pie.
Yeah,
pie is not fixed.
Yes.
So you really want to make sure you're not operating without realizing it from a zero-sum mindset, where the only way to get ahead is to take things from others. Then that's going to result in you trying to take things from others, which is not good. It's much better to work on adding to the economic pie, maybe, you know. So creating more than you consume, doing more than you, so that's a big deal. I think there's like a fair number of people in finance that do have a bit of a zero-sum mindset.
I mean, it's all walks of life. I've seen that. One of the reasons Rogan inspires me is he celebrates others a lot. There's not creating a constant competition. Like there's a scarcity of resources. What happens when you celebrate others, you promote others, the ideas of others, it actually grows that pie. I mean, the resources become less scarce. Mm-hmm. And that applies in a lot of kinds of domains. It applies in academia, where a lot of people are very see some funding for academic research is zero-sum. It is not. If you celebrate each other, if you get everybody to be excited about AI, about physics, about mathematics, I think there'll be more and more funding, and I think everybody wins. Yeah, that applies, I think, broadly.
Yeah, exactly.
So last question about love and meaning.
I just laughed because at the beginning of that, I made a very similar sounding point. I don't know if I wasn't answering the same question, but in the last recording that I just made about the movie, I went into a tangent which sounded very, very similar.
Yeah.
Although it was a bit different, which I just thought that was a bit weird. It's weird how sometimes I get these synchronicities where I go into elaborating something and then I find other people making the same point. And I always wonder,
It's that collective consciousness.
Yeah.
Emmanuel had a question. Let's see.
Oh, is he around?
Yeah, he's in the chat.
I sent him a lot of messages on Discord. I don't know if he saw them.
Emmanuel, did you see your messages in Discord?
So, it's interesting because I do think that we are on the cusp of potentially a completely, I always complain about the lack of integrity and stuff like that. But, we really do have the potential of a very hopeful, I always say that, it's potentially very good that we're going through these very dark times, because it's like a vaccine that if we can actually live through it, then we're going to have a defense against this kind of bullshit. Like we're going to develop a stronger civilization,
A stronger immunity?
Yeah. Well, and in my view, like you have all these people on YouTube, you have independent sort of, like Big Daddy Liberty, the Daily Friend. I mean, there are lots of people in South Africa, who the thing that is depressing about them is that, YouTube could wipe them out. Like the platforms could crush them essentially. And so living under that potentiality is obviously very demoralizing. But apart from that, we do have the sprouting of a completely alternative structure that has integrity and that fixes all these problems. It doesn't feel as good, because it feels like, at any time we could just be completely gaslighted and sort of. But I'm very ambivalent about anything that happens in the rest of the world, because my view of America is that the problem is very deeply constitutional and about the legal theory and the legal tradition, and all that stuff is manifesting corruption, because that's the nature of politics, and it can't really extricate that part of politics until you have like a completely revamped system or a completely revamped Bill of Rights. You could fix things from having a completely revamped Bill of Rights, although that Bill of Rights would then be it would change the nature of the American judiciary essentially, which it really is. It's weird because America has tried, is in the process of doing that. It's running up against the liberal intolerance paradox, which the American system essentially does not have solved, and it can't solve it unless you change your Bill of Rights. So it's just the whole thing, trying to fix it. You can't fix, it's not the right tool for the job. You can't fix a problem in politics that is really a constitutional structural problem. So it's hard. It's because essentially in America, the justice in America is a byproduct that is produced by the democracy.
Right.
And until you have
justice.
Sorry?
It's the social justice.
Yeah, well, you see, that's why I think America is prone to this, because it was always vulnerable to someone gaslighting the American system over the conceptualization of justice or the definition of justice. Mm-hmm. And in de facto, the American system is based on something like a kind of nebulous social justice, or at least a common core cultural agreement on certain fuzzy ideas. But like that, you need to have justice entrenched within the republic. You can't have it supported only by the democracy, but the American system is completely dependent on the democracy. The democracy is the boss.
Yeah.
And the republic is just there to actually give the democracy whatever it asks for. I mean, the democracy can choose a new Bill of Rights at any point in time. It's allowed to do that. It has the latitude to do that. Sorry?
Well, why don't we just make up a better one and then convince the democracy to choose that?
Yeah. that is, yeah. The problem is that you see, like, that is so beyond the general political scope that it's like it's coming from left field. I think is the sports analogy. It's too far removed. Like, in the last recording that I made, and I was getting into this democratic issue in America, is that I said that, if you want to be good at democracy and if you want to have a clean democracy, maybe one of the ways to do it is to have a completely alternative democratic structure that is supplementary to the state democracy, that you have a private democracy that is just there to make sense of reality and just there to debate policy and ideas and ideology, that you practice democracy on a private scale, and just to be a think tank, just to be a thought leaders, so you would have people that would basically be quasi-journalists, quasi-politicians, and they wouldn't have any state power. They would just be there to drive potential policy synthesis and potential political compromise, and they could be waiting in the wings, because then if you had corrupt political parties, then you could just have this structure like step in and make the transition, and they're already kind of vetted by the electorate. There's already a kind of democratic process. And if you want to be good at something, maybe if you want to be good at democracy, you should practice it. Like, you shouldn't just have one structure that then, when that one structure gets corrupted or it gets, sort of corroded, with just kind of. So anyway, I mean, this is just a pie in the sky idea, but I mean that's the kind of structure that would be capable of having a robust discourse over the nature of the Constitution itself. Like, you need to have a system that really has independent integrity, and that people are actually engaged in interfacing with. Because, I mean, what's obviously happened in America is that, I mean, you might even say that this is an endemic problem with democracy, is that the average citizen is going to be lazy and an irresponsible member of the electorate, that the average member of the electorate is just going to have a low bar, and they will just buy any narrative. And as long as that there is a financial incentive for people to buy journalism and to propagate, a kind of a broadcasted reality, that too many people are going to fall for it, and there isn't going to be enough natural cultural resilience against being. Hey, Emmanuel, what's up?
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
I should say Happy New Year. Excuse me. I don't
no
even
problem,
think about
no
these
problem.
things.
Happy New Year to you guys too. This is I've just been listening for a few minutes. I've got a few questions for you, Psyche.
Yeah, he was trying to offload him in the chat.
Yeah. Okay, for that one is basically asking, what do you think about the wokies and the corrupt elites, that's politicians and in business, and how they have this fatal flaw, I guess, in their way of conducting themselves in life and all that, of not knowing when they've overplayed their hand. I sort of get the impression that we're starting to see at least the average South African get to that point with regards to South African politicians. And I think it's the same in quite a lot of the West, in Europe, and certainly in America, also with regards to politicians. But I think this stretches over to, business as well. Do you think this is, this could be the spark that sets, the things aflame, in terms of seeing some sort of change? Or do you think it's not nearly at the level that we need to see real change in the way things are being done?
We don't have enough leaders in culture or in politics to actually fight the tide, I believe. I mean, this is why I've been I was talking earlier on about the DA, and I was complaining that they don't go on the attack. They don't go, that the DA needs Helen Ziller, and also John Steenhuisen also makes the right signals and makes the right noises, but that needs to be integrated into the entire political party line. And if you don't go on the offensive, because you see, like, the problem is that when they make a mistake, no one, like, first of all, someone needs to make them pay, someone needs to go after them, and then people need to support the person who goes after them. Then you'll know that the tide is turning and that we're going in the right direction. Problem is that we don't have the leaders that are willing to stick their necks out like that, and we perhaps also don't have a population or an electorate that would actually endorse someone doing that. Because even though people know that there's something rotten in the state of Denmark, that the whole thing is structurally unsound, it's incoherent, it's awkward, people still have this idea that they're the ones, the wokies are holding the pitchforks. And so if you go against them, you're going to be labeled Frankenstein's monster, you know. So it's like no one is willing to break the mob justice brigade, you know, and so until we start, this is why I keep on saying we need segregation. Like, we need to start segregating the institutions. We need to say, don't buy a subscription to Daily Maverick, because yes, they have anti-woke journalists putting their stories on there, but they also put woke stories on there. No. Save your money to buy a subscription to a news outlet that doesn't give resources to these anti-constitutional, you know, disgusting miscreants, you know, like moral reprobates, you know, like let's stop, you know, unless we can start making those kinds of distinctions, we don't capitalize on their missteps, I feel, because they still somehow hold the zeitgeist, and that never changes unless. So that's why I talk about that, because I think that we need to start demarcating spaces and saying this institution is good, this institution is bad, I have standards, I support this, I don't support that. And then that will maybe give leaders the cover or the confidence to actually be more overtly critical and be more robust in prosecuting proper values and principles. So, but I still see us boiling. We're still boiling in a liberalism, and I do think that the longer it goes on, the more it gets normalized. Because unless it can escalate into a point at which we actually say we've deviated, we have betrayed the principles and the common vision of justice that our country is based on.
How do you avoid not being criticized for being a hypocrite? So I lean on the side of free speech. I want that to be as broad as possible, right? But at the same time, I recognize that there are people whose speech undermines free speech. People whose actions which then come after that speech undermines free speech, freedom. And when you try to point that out as a person who says they're for free speech, you get called a hypocrite. It's like, why are you not tolerating wokies doing what they do? Like what you said just now, you basically advocate for segregation, political segregation, in terms of with regards to ideas. But then people then say, are you not, you know, opening the door for other sorts, other kinds of segregation? What if someone were to say, for example, in the South African context, that part of the movement for independence in the Western Cape is to segregate ourselves from all of those people in, quote, Azania, the woke side of South Africa, which comprises of mostly black people. And we need to, you know, how do you stop yourself from allowing the worst forms of, say, segregation, maybe canceling certain kinds of speech? How do you draw that line without seeming like a hypocrite?
Well, I do think the people who should be drawing this line are the courts, but the courts have betrayed their duty to the Constitution. So, I mean, like, and that to me is the strongest argument to have independence, is to reclaim constitutional supremacy and to get back to the proper principles. But it is a very complicated way, because there's no easy way to make this argument. But essentially, no right by itself is absolute. No right by itself is the source of goodness and purity or whatever. And so, like freedom of expression is not the pinnacle right. And in some sense, the practice of equality is much more important in terms of the South African constitutional structure and with the limitations clause. And essentially, you have to know that the pinnacle values of our society is not freedom of expression, although it's kind of close to what the liberal order it's a good poster child for the liberal order. But our fundamental values are an open liberal democratic society. Now, that's actually way more particular. That an open liberal democratic society is not a democratic society. Like, there's very different things, it's much more than merely democracy. Like an open liberal democratic society has structures that stop paradoxes, that stop the liberal intolerance paradox. And so you can't, like, at the point at which that the society is closing itself off in order to promote freedom, you've got a paradox. So where the Constitution even, I think, clearly draws this line. It says that everyone has the freedom of expression, except where it extends to incitement to public violence and propaganda for war and hate speech. It's those three things. And I would argue that if you are using your speech to call for the removal of rights and protections in the Constitution, if you're undermining the Constitution and you're saying some people should have these rights and other people shouldn't, or we should radically change these protections and benefits that the Constitution enshrines, that is hate speech. That's constitutional damages, which is this. It's basically you are declaring war on other people's rights. You're declaring war on the supremacy of the Constitution, which is something that we all have a duty to uphold in South Africa. So the South African Constitution guards against paradox. It guards against the liberal intolerance paradox, and it should be measured and weighed according to the practice of equality, which is equal benefits and protection of the law, and the limitations clause, which is the only way to limit the right in a constitution is by reading the limitations clause and the subclauses. And so when you look at all of these things holistically, then you get the answer essentially that, if you're a woke person and you are demanding essentially a kind of racialized system of justice that is the quintessential definition of social injustice, according to the South African Constitution. I don't care how they've redefined their language to undermine and betray and subvert the Constitution. That's their business of anti-constitutional propaganda, for which academics should have lost their job. They should have been struck off. They should have been outlawed, essentially. They cannot receive public funds. It's disgusting that people are actually getting money from the public purse to undermine constitutional supremacy in this country. It is utterly disgusting. These people, in my view, are war criminals, or they're actively promoting a crime against humanity. They are actively promoting genocide, essentially. I mean, and they've even uttered such things. It's disgusting how far things have gone in this country.
Yeah.
But this all is what happens when the law and principles themselves, because, when the standards themselves are the things that are corrupted, then you get all kinds of wickedness, all kinds of strangeness. Sorry, Emmanuel, I talked over you.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, what do you think about that? The fact that we had in Parliament to basically they were looking to amend the Constitution to make it possible.
Sorry.
They're looking to essentially make it possible for people to expropriate land without compensation.
The whole thing was sorry.
Right. I guess the the background is that there's a particular political party that's sort of like at the forefront of this movement, right? That's the EFF, and they turned around and voted against the very thing that they've been, championing. right? And from the perspective of the average South African, they sort of looked at it as, wait, you guys are kind of going back on your word. You said you wanted to have expropriation without compensation, and now you're voting against it. And sure, they try to illustrate why they did so, but do you think that was a giant own goal? Do you think it might actually stave off the hound, or is it a temporary reprieve?
I mean, I think it will do damage to the EFF in the long run, and it does reveal a truth about they are. I think that they are cynical operators.
Yes.
That their whole brand is that they are the firebrand, they are the radicals, and in some sense, when they are actually offered a route to be more radical, that's on the table, they're the ones that stymied it. They couldn't have said, well, we want more, so we'll vote for this and we'll still ask for more afterwards. They sort of, anyway, but that's a kind of, that's sort of a different
it's
point.
Very off-brand. It's very off-brand. It's like a giant chink in the armor now,
it does also make it harder for the ANC, because the ANC was going to use this to get more access to resources, because the states, they've essentially bankrupted the states. Now they need private resources to feed their patronage network. So maybe it's still going to be in the works that the EFF might want a particular deal, that they're not going to give it to the ANC for nothing. So it might be again a cynical play to some degree.
I think they wanted,
but just on the legal principled side of it. So sorry, did you want to?
No, go on.
Okay, so on the legal principled side of it, this whole thing was unlawful from the start. So first of all, I think that to even be a political party that wants to include in your manifesto that you want to radically remove a protection in the Constitution, you can amend the Constitution, you can add things to it. I submit that you cannot subtract from it. If you try to subtract from it, then you are already derogating from the principle that we live under a supreme constitution. If you think that you have an exception to the supremacy of the Constitution, I consider that to be unlawful. Like, you don't get to do that. You can amend the Constitution, you can't reduce it. Okay, that's my view. I'm a South African originalist in that view. So at the point at which, like, this is the point, is how do you get permission to change the supreme law? How would you get it? You would first have to canvass for it. You would have to make a campaign. You would have to include it in your political manifesto, at which point you've already propagated constitutional damages. You are propagating, you are trying to undermine the supreme law. It's unlawful already. So how did they do it in the process that they went about it? They tried to manufacture a fabricated democratic mandate. They said, we're going to create a working body, a working committee that's going to go around and take public submissions and go and ask people in rural communities and ask people everywhere what they feel about land reform. And they collected all of these feelings, and they collected all of these, things that people have said, and they've said there is a democratic mandate for radical amendment of the Constitution. I mean, this is completely manufactured. This is politically manufactured. So this is how they kind of bypassed already, I would say, some of things that could have been legally challenged, because if they, so look, it was actually included in the ANC's manifesto that they would that they would look into amending the Constitution to facilitate land reform, which is kind of like a vague kind of manifesto statement. But at the end of the day, when you try to make government policy, you have to show, because we live in a democracy, so you have to show public engagement, and you have to show that there's been consultation, and you have to show all of these sorts of things. But, trying to say that the people want the Constitution to be radically altered, I think is such a weird and tenuous argument. It's anyway. So they tried to fabricate some basis, some democratic basis for what they're trying to do. Then what they did sorry, what was my whole point here? Is yeah. So my whole view is that it's unlawful. You can't do that to the Constitution. You just can't. Otherwise, it's not the supreme law. It's something either is supreme or it isn't supreme. You either live in a supreme democracy or you live in a supreme constitutional system and a state that has a supreme constitutional order. And that's what we live in, that one. And that one guarantees us a liberal, open, democratic society. Not a democratic society, a liberal, open society that solves the liberal intolerance paradox. Okay, so well, that is my entire view about it. And so, like, because if you don't have these kinds of restrictions, you lose the accountability, you lose the cogency to even be able to have a responsible politics of accountability. You know, if you can just scapegoat the Constitution whenever you want, or you can scapegoat the system, or you can, I mean, I saw a story recently, and I wanted to maybe make a recording about it. It was all about how ESCOM is legally obliged at this point in time to decommission or to switch off a third of its power supply because it's not meeting the air pollution quality standards, and that they already committed themselves to decommissioning these things, but they got extra life out of them because of the current sort of electricity because of the current crisis, but that they already have plans to remove all of our coal power generation, essentially, because, you know, we have all these environmental commitments that we've recommitted ourselves to, and that we've even accelerated commitment to. So they have these plans which are not correlated to any kind of responsible planning, and somehow, you know, just something the world will does, you know, the plan deserves to work, even though they haven't fully planned how it's actually going to be done, you know. So it's like they can just discard their responsibility into the ether because the world must provide, because it's necessary, you know. And so we've really kind of entered into that mind frame of where, you know, you lose the basic common, I don't even know how to say it, you know, no one has any integrity. Everyone is just depending on that the narrative must be served or something.
It's sort of like a philosophical version of everyone sort of, you know, like when you try to call one of these institutions, right? And it's sort of, you sort of get sent to every single department. Like the person you call says, okay, I'll put you through to this person, who says, I'll put you through to that person, you know, that whole thing.
Yeah, and then
it's
you
like
eventually come back around in the circle.
Yeah, and it's
sometimes.
Like, at the end of the day, the thing that you actually wanted to have done doesn't actually ever get done, you know?
Yeah.
And yet people are being paid to be the person who answers the phone at all of these departments, yet no one's actually helping. You know, it's not actually productive. It's all the same thing with that. And
I mean,
it's like
they call
people
it
think
passing
that
the buck.
it's like they think that broken circuit, like electric circuit, will just be connected, as you said, by the ether, you know, like something will just come and make it work. And they make commitments, you know, they commit to all of these environmental things, goals and all of that, with such conviction, yet it's based on nothing. You know, I don't want to call it faith. It's, you know, you have no reason to believe that would be feasible. You know, I don't get why people make those commitments.
Partly the logic of this is, and what's disgusting is that there are things in this world who they are operating like this on some level. They're actually saying, well, we are a developing country, although technically I think that's untrue, because we're not developing, we're going backwards. But that first world countries need to invest and give us money to help us decarbon our electricity supply, and the logic is essentially that places like Germany will give us money to replace these coal power plants. And, you know, and this is why I really don't like that other countries are even have policies on paper to you know, move towards doing this kind of stuff, because it's incentivizing this kind of, it's this weird kind of irresponsibility. It's this weird kind of, you know, like, well, it deserves to happen, and therefore we don't have to be responsible, and somebody else will pick up the tab. And if it doesn't work, it's because the system is so unjust, and that we just need to complain more. And so this natural sort of passing the buck, and obviously it's terrible also that foreign countries might be giving us billions of euros or whatever to fix our electricity, because it probably won't even go into the electricity. It'll just get stolen, in our corruption.
Definitely.
So we can't, because of this global new ideology, we'll never be able to fix the corruption in our country, because we've got all this ideological assistance that helps them pass the buck, that helps them project blame away from decision making and leadership. So you never get any responsible leadership, because the whole mentality is based on essentially systematizing guilt and blame and responsibility.
Yeah, it's like you have the parent that spoils their child, even though they need some sort of discipline, some sort of regiment, someone telling them that no, you can't earn this without doing that. It's like we have the welfare state on all levels of society, on the level of just the individual home, maybe the town, maybe the province, internally, like the entire country. And now we're having on a level of internationally, where certain countries are expected to play that role of big daddy government, looking over and providing for the welfare babies, which would be in this case like countries like South Africa, who are constantly moaning about, you need to cut me a bigger check, knowing very well that they spend that check on useless things. They don't actually do what they say they're going to do. Essentially, South Africa's behaving like that. The woman who's making a meal of her child support or whatever. That's exactly what's happening.
I'm just trying to. There is another aspect of this, which is, I sent you a whole lot of messages on Discord, which actually deal with this issue directly, but in more broad terms as well, about that the need for democracy to perhaps function more transparently, because in some sense there is a part of this equation which directly involves, you could say, the intellectual and moral corruption of the electorate. That in a democracy, if there aren't financial restrictions on the state, because in some sense democracies are perhaps perversely incentivized to not care about deficit spending, because as long as your event horizon is very sort of narrowed to the short term, obviously a government that is willing to spend more is going to be proximately better now, even though that they're creating a worse kind of pitfall. They're lining up bad things into the future. And so a lot of it's sad, because maybe even South Africa would have never gotten into the kind of mess that we got into if you just did not allow deficit spending. If it was impossible to have any deficit spending, then if you had a bad government, it would instantly be punished by the electorate, because whatever it didn't effectively spend into the economy or on the people would essentially directly impact on their popularity, but because of deficit spending, so I mean, obviously it's you can't, generally speaking, this is what I was dealing with the issue when I was typing to all these things, because I mean, I've been inconsistent on this topic, because it is a dynamic thing. You can't just make a blanket restriction, but you do need some kind of restriction. There might be actually multiple different forms of restriction, and you can perhaps transition your democracy into, if a new government takes over and it wants to take a different tact, it then has to take some certain steps to transition one kind of restriction into another kind of restriction if it prefers to deal with that, because if you see what I'm saying. But anyway.
I get exactly what you're saying. It's the problem of the incentives not being aligned. Again, what I normally say is the person who bears the cost is not the same person who gets the benefit. Yeah. We kind of have a situation where a government can get into power for say 5 years and spend everything, but they don't have to pay it back. perhaps if we had like some sort of restriction saying that if you're going to borrow, you have to pay it back within 5 years. So whatever you do with that money, come the next election, all of your debts should be settled. But practically speaking, that's nearly impossible to do, you know? So
Well,
I
it
mean,
wouldn't. Well,
what's the solution? It would drastically shrink, the extent to which people would borrow money, which perhaps is a good thing. But at the same time, would like imagine if you actually a good government that's actually trying to do something would greatly hamper your ability to leverage, you know, those sorts of funds to make, essentially grow your economy much faster. Um, so that's the give and take. It's like, do
well,
you want to have a restricted government that is held accountable strictly, but then can't have as much growth as it could, you know? Um, or do you want to have a totally open government that, if it does well, could actually, really achieve great numbers in terms of growth? But if it does badly, it it could drastically send you the other way around, you know? Yeah,
well, I mean,
it's classic, economics. Yeah,
well, I mean, there are ways to. I mean, you can have less stringent restrictions that would still offer some protection. Where essentially you could say that, if you are a new government, a new political party, or something like that coming into power, that you kind of you have to manage your own debt. And so if you
yeah,
inherit debt from a previous government, like that isn't held against your government or something like that, and you have your own threshold that you can't you know uh, threshold that you can't exceed, so each government has its own threshold or something like that. uh,
So
I
what
mean,
happens to the existing debt then? Who's held accountable for that?
no, well, sovereign debt is sovereign debt. So I mean, it does belong to the government, but so I mean, like but essentially, I mean, it would be nice to essentially say that you can have debt, but you have to pay it back within your term, within your 5 year.
Yeah,
I mean, that I guess would be ideal, because then you can only have short term things. But I mean, I guess that kind of breaks because I mean, most debt is the point of debt is that you want a large sum of money so that you can make a large investment and then pay it off over a long period of time, because then
yeah,
you've broken a tier into being efficacious in terms of the investment of
yes,
something large that's going to pay off.
exactly. If you want it to be just as effective, you'd have to drastically lower the actual capital amount. Um,
No,
but
I mean,
then, you know,
I think that there are differences. Like if you are going to invest the money directly into something that has an actual capital value, then I think
yeah,
that essentially you could call that sort of sort of capital secured debt. I mean, I can't think of the proper financial words, but essentially, as long as you tether it to in the same way that when you're insolvent, certain contracts when you're insolvent get invalidated, when you go under administration. And the basis on whether those contracts are invalidated or not have to do with whether they were contracts for value or contracts not for value. So like if you made a contract where you didn't actually get something valuable out of the contract, the person who puts you under administration can reverse that contract, basically undo the contract.
is this like secured lending versus unsecured lending? Is that the sort of thing you
Yeah, yeah,
talking
yeah,
about?
yeah. That's probably a much easier term than saying it. Is that basically, as long as it's going to go into infrastructure that actually has a kind of a secured sort of capital value, then
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So it has like sort of like buying a house versus say um buying like trading stock that will rot in a year's time. It's got some permanent value that you can sort of depend on.
yeah. So,
Like
so I mean,
what?
so
Yeah,
debt to build something, so not debt to fund. Not debt to fund like the current account or salaries, but debt to fund
exactly.
actual
Yes,
infrastructure.
yes, exactly. I get exactly what you're saying, and yeah, I think I understand what you're saying, but then the other side of that is that you'd have to have lower interest rates. You see, all of this is in a system, and you can't, there's no such thing as a free lunch, So fine, you can have all of the restrictions that you've had, but the natural counterweight to the benefits of what you're talking about is that they'd have to limit, um, you would have to limit the returns that you offer them, or they would have to limit the amount of capital that they give to you for you to borrow. But either way, it would eventually amount, the effect at the end of the day would be that you'd still have, it would be a hit for the economy in terms of potential GDP growth. But again, as I said earlier, you'd rather take that hit and not risk the sort of situation that we have now,
No, well, I mean, I don't think South Africa actually has a problem in a lot of ways, because if let's say we had a DA government in the national sphere, we wouldn't need that much large scale government investment, because if you just liberalized things, there's enough private capital that will come in and provide the service and will capitalize. So you in some sense the government can just focus on trying to manage its debt and try to economize and try to shrink the size of the state, and to maybe replace things with programs like education vouchers and things like that, and depend on the markets to provide services and utilities even as well, and probably generates a much better system.
What do you have to say to the typical answer to that, which is, and I think this might be even more relevant to people, especially in the UK, of the government always, the private sector always seeks profit, and I think this is just typical of socialists. The private sector looks for profit. It would be better if the government had it, if it were, what's the word? What's the thing when they take nationalize, right? And would eventually lead to a lower cost for everyone. Say, with regards to the national health insurance in South Africa currently, or any other sort of thing that the government is looking to get into. How would you, like, I know the technical side of it, but I mean, just in terms of conversation with the average South African, how do you convince them that, look, it probably would be better if you let more private companies into, say, generation of electricity, into provision of healthcare, into all sorts of spheres, because the government is so inefficient that even if on paper it seems that they would be capable of delivering a cheaper service just due to the economies of scale, that never actually gets achieved due to the inefficiencies, the corruption, and all sorts of things that come from that monopoly. How would you go about talking to the average South African and making them comfortable what the DA has to offer?
It is actually a hard argument to make because of the history in this country. Because Eskom was the cheapest electricity in the world under apartheid, and even in the early days of the new South Africa, Eskom had the highest quality, lowest cost, uninterrupted power. It was amazing. And that was all done because it was run by engineers, and it was run by clever people that made very clever choices about how to position things. And they owned their own coal production. Was a big thing, is that you would have power, you have coal power stations that would own their own coal mines. And so, that is, I think, look, electricity generation, I think, is something that falls into a category where a natural monopoly that is controlled by the state is beneficial if you can manage it, which we can't manage, it's been emptied out, and so to recapitalize that is expensive, and we can't afford it as a country. So I mean, it basically just comes down to the fact that it's a nice to have, but we are actually we have been pilfered, we've been thieved by the ANC, and we can't afford it, and that's sad. But at some points you actually have to make peace with the accountants, because otherwise things don't work based on nice to have or wishful thinking. So
I was just going to say, I think of, like, in the UK, they talk about nationalize the railway. And I think as one of the big points to lower the cost of, say, transport into London or something like that, you know. And then you think of like the South African situation where, if I'm not correct, it is nationalized, right? It is basically
Yeah.
run by the government, and
Yeah.
heck, it's falling apart. It's being stolen. You know, there.
Well,
loads
it's
of
actually
places
run
where-
by a private operator, but it's licensed by the state, or it's rented.
right. But, so it's sort of like it's effectively run by the state. It's not like there are multiple
Yeah.
businesses competing and owning different sections of the railway. Say for example, right?
I mean, I do think rail as well. It does usually make more sense to have a major rail network that is at least under the same direction management, because
Yeah.
otherwise you don't coordinate that effectively. You know, because it's all about timetables and sharing resources, and that is
Right,
usually
right.
done better under centralized control. But
Yeah.
Sorry, there was another point here about electricity or sorry.
Perhaps I should carry on. Maybe I could jog your memory. I was
Sorry.
basically saying that the point is that they want to make the railways nationalized. As I guess it's one of the things they sell, especially during the. I think that's what Labour was going for during the last election, if I'm correct. It's one of the things they talk about: nationalize the railway, nationalize all sorts of things, and we will bring it down to a cost that'll make it easier for the average person to, you know, deal with, you know, the inescapable cost of having to get to work, you know. And you know, when I was studying economics, the point you made about natural monopolies, yeah, they made that point. But I remember at the time studying it and thinking, this is what ESCOM is supposed to be, yet we are so far from what is on paper. You know, how do we guard against that? How do we say we recognize that probably the best situation is ESCOM? What you're saying about how it's cheapest electricity in the world, consistently supplied, that sounds like a dream, you know? It's literally if you were to have utopia.
Yeah. Well, okay, well, first of all, I mean, this doesn't scale into the medical. I don't believe that this at all is a workable model for. So I think socialized medicine actually is terrible.
Yeah.
Like, you do much better with, like, I mean, you almost get with medical insurance and with, let's say, governments cleverly finding ways to subsidize medical insurance. I think that you get probably the best kind of, you know, sort of optimum hybridization kind of problem that you have. Like Dan Crenshaw in America has made very, you know, if you look at his plan on medicine, I think that those kinds of ideas are the best sort of ones. So the point I was going to make as well about ESCOM, another reason why ESCOM is such a bottomless pit of, you know, sort of destroying money, you know, and just grabbing money and things like that, is because of the identity politics corruption racket, you know, of BEE and all that kind of stuff, you know, that where the government literally sold coal mines to people to sell the coal back to ESCOM, the power producer, at, like, you know, at 10 times the price, you know, like
Yeah.
We have literally robbed ourselves with this, you know, legalized corruption essentially. And so as soon as you have the unprincipled moral corruption of Black economic empowerment in terms of how it's been structured, you know, this racial chauvinism and identity politics destroying integrity, obviously something like ESCOM can't work. As soon as you have social justice type thinking, you know, in a structure, you can't even hope, you know, like, because as soon as you're playing those kind of ideological fiddles, it makes a lot more sense to transition to the private sector, to liberalize, you know, the industry, because then at least if it has to do that kind of bullshit, it will do it as little as it possibly can, or something like that. Although I imagine that a lot of operators won't want to do that because, you know, I mean, Tesla was going to offer us internet, satellite internet, and they tried to bring Starlink into South Africa, and they were like, no, you have to be 51% Black owned, or you can't. Your operator here has to be 51% Black owned. and they just walked
Yeah.
away. They just said, no, we're not doing that. We're not giving away 51% to a corrupt kleptocrat, to a politically connected.
So that was something else, man.
Yeah, well, but it comes from here. Like, look at this shit. My university has been hammering at the fucking group identity crap. I mean, they're pushing women, and anytime they mention minorities, they're all fucking women. Like, look, it's time Mrs. Claus gets the credit she deserves. Oh, look at this shit. You've probably been seeing the names of Santa's reindeer for years, but did you know Rudolph and Santa's crew could have all been female?
Could. Oh my word.
Yeah. No. And then to like see the comments, this one dude actually, this chick brings up the coronavirus fucking numbers. And then this dude, yo, Jack, what the hell is your point? As a kid, I only thought of a theme as Santa's reindeer. I never gave it any thought to their gender.
Yeah.
And then, right? But then look at this shit. The response. Hey, Jack, is everything okay?
Oh my word!
Like, come on.
It's time for us to sexualize Santa's reindeer. Get on board, or else.
Right.
That's the subtext.
Right.
Madness.
This is my fucking university, gentlemen.
Yeah. On the point you were making, Psych, about the corruption of ESCOM. In my hometown, ESCOM is one of the biggest employers, and it's a coal mining town. So quite a few of a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, I've seen, growing up. A lot of the corruption. There's no way ESCOM could work, not with the sort of wastage that we were seeing. I remember asking myself, how the hell, where does this money come from? And then obviously over the years, it got to the point where now I'm starting to hear from parents and all that the cost of electricity is going up. I'm a kid at the time, so I'm only hearing about it as a complaint. Then I get to the age of say 18, and now I'm starting to understand the actual finances behind it. And then that's when you start to hear about the tariff hikes every now and then, the load shedding. It's like, oh, okay. So what I saw as a kid is finally starting to hit on that level where now the company can't deliver what it's supposed to do. So what essentially happens, Gabad, is that we're basically paying more for less.
Yeah.
And it's the only supplier, and we have to pay for all of the inefficiencies. Like I remember reading a story about a block of flats that they built outside of Witbank, and they were going to, I think it's for employees, I think it was. So they got I guess they got someone to do it for them. They probably had a contract out for someone to build the flats, or maybe, I don't know, maybe they did it internally. I doubt it though. Either way, the cost of each flat, right, came out to more than what the same size flat would cost in Cape Town. Mind you, Cape Town is one of the most expensive places to live in South Africa, across South Africa. And that's what it cost, right? And in Cape Town, those prices are once people are still trying to make profit on their house. This is the sort of corruption that we see. I remember them paying, I don't know, 6 times the price for all sorts of things during COVID. It's not just 20% more here, 10% more there. It's multiple fold. And eventually, obviously, that hits the bottom line. And I know there's all sorts of weird corruption. I saw as a Brett talking about how businesses are corrupt. I think that can happen as well. But usually it's because they can get away with it. What should happen over time is that such businesses should die out, But what happens when you have a monopoly? When everyone depends on this one company to produce this crucial service, right? And they have nowhere else to turn to. Therefore, they have, price setting power where they can say, look, this year we want to charge this amount of money. And what are you going to do? Where are you going to turn to get electricity?
It's actually illegal to make electricity. You have to be specifically licensed, although I think the president promised that he would start giving out private licenses for people to start generating electricity, although I don't know if those have come through yet, because he finally, only recently, I think like last year, he said that in the State of the Nation, in the last State of the Nation address, I think, he was asked by the opposition leader if he will start granting the licenses, and he finally said yes.
Yeah. It's
But I mean,
yeah. In our country, it's illegal to compete with some of these government-owned companies, which is why they're so inefficient. You know, it's I always use this one as an example. You think like Telkom, it also had its bad years, but it eventually came around because, I mean, it was facing extinction, so to speak. It faces strong competition from other cell phone network providers. That's one.
yeah, I mean, that is its only competition, really. I mean, Telkom. I mean, I have very bad memories of Telkom being ripped off by Telkom for years, because they could milk you for the most. You know, they could just imagine whatever they wanted to charge you, and they would get away with it.
Is this pre 2000 and say 2008?
I think, well, I can't exactly remember when things. I mean, until they were like, we had technology which never existed in other parts of the world. We had dual ISDN internet. While other people had broadband and fiber, we had ISDN, which was like their package, which is basically literally like a normal modem, or like a telephone modem, like a 56K modem. ISDN was just like almost double that, maybe.
Yeah.
256 kilobytes a second or something ridiculous.
I remember a mother being showing me like, look at this bill. She showed me the bill from Telkom and say, look, I've never called these people. Some of these people I've only called once, and now it's appearing like I've called them 5, 6, 10 times. You know, I know classically people did the same thing with regards to electricity. A lot of people complain about getting all sorts of crazy bills, but at least that comes from like other people stealing it. You know, with the whole illegal connections and stuff like that. But when it comes to telephones, like, what the hell? You know, so government supplied products, government, state-owned entities and all that stuff. It's not the socialist dream that they talk about. Like, China is an exception, and even then, it's like you ask yourself. I think a lot of people ask themselves, like, maybe they're cooking the books. Maybe, maybe this is a house of cards that's just about to fall.
Yeah, I mean, do you know this? The news. I mean, China is at the moment the property bubble is in the process of bursting right now.
Yeah, with what's the name, Evergrande.
Yeah.
I've been hearing about it because they basically, there was like a bit of a crash during like a couple months ago, when there was like the prospect of this huge company filing for bankruptcy, and then I guess recently they actually defaulted on one of their payments for their debt, so it also rocked the market. So
I mean, the reason why it's defaulting is because it was borrowing money to pay for things, and China has imposed limits on borrowing for property developers. They can't borrow above a certain amount, and all of them are already at that amount. So basically, they have to sell their stock in order to repay, because they already have private bonds that they have to repay. And so they can't service those bonds unless they sell their stock. And if everyone tries to sell their stock, and they are trying to sell it, they're lowering the prices. Yeah. And that Chinese property is already, it's like 10 times more expensive than property in London. Like,
really?
Like if to buy any property in Beijing, it's like 50 times the salary of the average person in Beijing. It's the highest. They have the biggest property value bubble that has like ever existed in the world. It's like 100 times bigger than the Japanese bubble that burst that Japan still hasn't recovered from. So China is about probably to I don't know what's going to happen, but like when because everyone is invested into property like that's how people retain wealth. That's their savings plan. So everyone's in China, everyone's retirement is about to probably collapse. Like everyone's savings is about to collapse
because it's all tied to Chinese stuff due to their, protectionist approach.
You don't understand how crazy the Chinese property market is. They have got cities that they have built that don't have proper buildings. They look nice on the outside. They look weirdly nice on the outside. They don't have elevators. They're just empty husks, and people buy and sell them, and they're worth a lot just to invest in. Like they literally have this. It's like an imaginary, apartment in a city that no one can ever use.
No one's actually ever going to use. And it's like if that's the case, its fundamental value. It's like a
placebo.
Zero.
It's like a placebo investment plan, and somehow people buy and they sell these things. It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, what doesn't make any sense? I was going to get some goldfish for my breeding project from
China.
Well, no, from my friends that live here in Texas. They have a goldfish farm, and I wrote them, and they didn't respond. So then, like, I texted the wife, and she never responded. So I went to call her, and I left her a message, and I was checking on their Facebook, and they have some terrible reviews from this last month. They seem to have disappeared. So,
oh, wow.
I know, it's really weird. So I'm going to be making a trip out there.
What were the bad reviews? Were they like the fish were about to die or what?
No. Just that nobody can get a hold of them. I mean, people ordered fish online and now they can't.
Oh.
They didn't receive their fish.
Like a scam.
Well, they're saying it's a scam, but they're not a scam. Like this is a great family. I mean, I've been there.
Maybe it's just a health thing. I mean, maybe one of them is in hospital or something, or there's a particular.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3-generation household though.
Oh,
surely someone should have made an announcement or something,
Yeah.
Yeah. That is
unless all the fish suddenly died from something.
They
should have posted it, just to let people know that, okay, this is what's happening.
They're literally AWOL. So
yeah.
Which it's weird. It's really weird. Like really weird.
I was just going to say another thing about China is that the reason why people like investing in property is because they don't trust their own government and they don't trust their own institutions. So they don't want to buy shares in things. Because property, you can it's tangible. Like you can understand that you have a bit of land or something. Although that's also technically no one owns their property in China. You have like a 99-year lease. I think that's how China works. But you probably none of these leases have ever fully expired yet. But I guess the expectation is that the lease will be renewed to the person who currently holds it. I mean, that's
right.
I mean, my grandparents used to live in a very nice house in Clifton, on Clifton Fourth Beach, and they technically didn't own the land. It was leased from the municipality. No one there owned their land. It was all a lease. But because they controlled the municipality, because the residents controlled the municipality, they could always ensure that they would just re-grant the lease back if they ever expired, I guess, democratically. I always thought that was interesting because, I mean, I would never want to live in a place that was essentially leased from the state. Because, I mean, what do you do? If you build anything, you can lose it.
Yeah.
It's what you're saying about China is very interesting. I haven't followed, China because obviously it's a bit off of my radar. Just
that's also why other people's property goes up because half the places in American cities and in Australia are owned by Chinese citizens because they want to get their money out of the country because they don't trust but I mean, already also China has been clamping down in so many different ways. Like
Yes.
all of their tech
that
industries
I've
have gone down 44% or something like that because foreigners can't own more than 10% of any company, any shares. They can only have non-voting shares in Chinese companies now, and they can't own more than 10%. And certain companies, they stopped even Chinese citizens from selling the shares. So it's like anyway, they are doing something. I mean, like
This is the problem with having a top-down approach to an economy, is that you eventually get to this point where it's so difficult to, coordinate all of these industries. If your approach is trying to save everything, chances are it's like, what's the saying about chasing two hares, once and winding up with none. That's essentially what tends to happen. What would you say is your projection? Would you say you expect it to pop within, say, the next 2-3 years?
No, I think well, if what I understand, look, I'm not a financial expert, but from what I've heard, I think it's happening this year. I mean, it's happening as we're speaking, it's happening.
Yeah.
So as soon as the prices crash, on paper, the population is going to be very aggravated and agitated. It's going to be volatile. I don't know if they're going to pivot this into a geopolitical pressure release, if they're going to divert this into some kind of geopolitical drama, maybe. I mean, China has generally always been acted in its own financial best interests, and it's always tried to keep stability, but they might pivot this into a play for Hong Kong, maybe, and Taiwan, that they might try to say, these are our possessions, we're going to, or I guess they really have essentially de facto control over Hong Kong, but they might properly occupy it and completely remove the democracy. I mean, already they have a kind of... Sorry.
What about Singapore?
No. I don't think they have any claim or any interest in. I mean, I don't believe that they'll be expansionist. I mean, Hong Kong is technically part of China, and Taiwan is also on paper part of China, but it's politically distinct. So, that's a quasi-interesting sort of... See, the problem is Taiwan has never wanted to say that it's not part of China because Taiwan claims to be the ruler of China. It's a bit crazy because you see that was where the government of China fled when the communists took over. They fled to Taiwan, and so they always claimed to be the legitimate government of China. And so weirdly, Taiwan has never really wanted to go the full hog and say that we want to be independent, also because that would really trigger potentially an escalation. But if they had done that sooner, it might have been more opportune, because now that they've waited, now China has gotten stronger and stronger and more. Now it even has the perfect kind of not excuse, but it's a useful political distraction to what might be happening internally to China. But look, what's going to be interesting is that China has been growing all the time. When it stops growing, it's going to its internal politics is going to completely change. And so the middle class, especially in China, are actually going to have much more of an incentive to, let's say, air their dissatisfaction. And the only thing stopping them is going to be the hard boot of the state. And so this is going to create a different mentality, that China is perhaps going to have to work harder at keeping its propaganda, its propaganda is going to act, for the first time, going to start looking, I think, it's going to look like, I don't know, I can't think of a good idiom but it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. It's going to be weird. For the first time, it's going to be like, wait, are you doing this because you want to stay the government, or are you doing this because you actually are acting in the best interest of your population? You know, like it's actually
Yeah.
going to be, is this a control, or is this actually for our benefit? You know, like that question is going to actually be an active thing that they're going to have to manage. And the more that they try to overtly manage that, the more conspicuous it's going to look that this whole thing is just a control, you know, it's just a program of control. And so that is going to make people yearn for freedom. And maybe they've had a bit of a taste of freedom, although they've only had it economically. And so when that economic latitude starts to shrink and contract. So I didn't read that thing at the bottom.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
but he meant alone instead of allow.
Is he talking about the Chinese?
Yeah.
Really? Maybe not like into say like your
Tibet.
Indias and other places like that, but internally, if you know like the history of, well, I've had learned a bit about the history of China, and yeah, that's internally they've had like, you know, they have the sentiment of, you know, China is from end to end type of thing, and sure, maybe not expand into Russia, maybe not expand westwards, but they do have a bit of that. Like, I mean, think about the stuff that's happening in the south, what you call it, the China Sea, you know, and the encroachment on those parts, you know. So I don't know. It's debatable. It's debatable.
I mean, I think that that's arguably just a geopolitical move, which is necessary for a great power to have a naval presence and to have an ability to project naval, what are they called? Assets, naval assets. But I mean, it is potentially scary. I mean, in my view, the only thing that makes China scary is their internal volatility, because I feel that they might try to pivot into some kind of geopolitical distraction, which will be interesting because they've never done that. So it will be novel if they do that. They're unlikely to do that, but they have every reason to go after Taiwan, and Taiwan could escalate into a geopolitical. They're unlikely to do that.
Yeah.
Sorry, somebody's fucking around backstage. I don't know who this is. I was just trying to see if I could read what they had on their screen.
But Taiwan is going to, I mean, like that there's no telling, because I mean that was one thing good that happened during the Trump presidency, is that the State's Department changes policy to Taiwan, and Biden doesn't have the political force to alter it, because it would be he wouldn't be able to alter it. He wouldn't get the I don't know if you change the policy of the State Department, if it has to be congressionally approved or something like that.
Even politically, you won't get the support. You won't get the support politically. Yeah.
So actually, I think he could do it unilaterally, but but it would be political suicide. So it's off limits, because essentially to look like you're retreating on the issue of Taiwan, you know, to essentially bend over for China is just too much. And so Biden is stuck with that policy, and he can't retreat from it. And that commits America to essentially, well, anyway, China might use that essentially to instigate something. I mean, it could get very nasty, maybe.
I can see the incentives to do that. And while, you know, the regime is collapsing, as a last sort of like gasp for breath, you know, like so the most peaceful transition away from what's happening now would be to, you know, open up, would be to accept that, okay, perhaps if we've cooked the books, we've cooked the books. Let it be out. There'll be a shock, but then let's embrace the natural mechanisms of the market.
Well, you
But
see
that would be
but
undermining
I
their
mean,
power. So.
you could argue that they are being responsible because, in some sense, there is a property bubble in China. They, in some sense, they popped it themselves, or they're in the process of popping it themselves. They limited. I mean, they could have continued on, but they're taking the pain now. And
Yeah.
but the other things that they're doing with limiting foreign investors and is weird on another level. I mean, maybe that's just long-term planning, but essentially, even if you had a different kind of regime in China, you would still have a property bubble. And although you could argue that maybe they should have clamped down on this sooner, it would have been less painful. But I mean, like, this was always in the works. Like China. Property in China has just always been a problem. I mean, like, property development in China has always been crazy. I mean,
Why is that the case? Is it like a internal just lack of resources or lack of, I don't know, network to get things? But China's very developed now. I mean, all these things should be. I mean, on a fundamental level, I'm not seeing the room for there to be a price like a housing bubble. I'm seeing it from. I can see it from a speculation side of things. Like what you're saying
I mean,
about.
property
Yeah.
in China is an investment, but you also have to understand that the social structure in China is completely different to a liberal, open country and a liberal, open society. So, like, you must realize that in China, you get almost like first class and second class and third class citizens. So they have they're internal to China. They have migrant labor, which you can treat very badly. Essentially, this is how China is able to develop so quickly, is because they have a kind of laissez-faire capitalism. Because if you're a migrant internal to China, you have no support from the state because you're a foreigner in that province. You're a foreigner in that city. You have no socialized medicine. You have no right to send your children to school. You can't get your children into the local school because you're not a citizen of that place. You are a citizen if you buy your citizenship by owning residency. You have to own residency in the place. So there is this intrinsic, deep connection to having a stake in their particular place or something like that. Now, the other issue is, but you see, like, so already psychologically, there's a lot in property, but because essentially is you're right to send children to school in a certain place. Now, China's also tried to manage these other kind of social contract policies. Oh my word, I've forgotten the name. The how cow, I think is how you. I'm sorry, I'm very bad at. I think it's called the how cow, which is the matric exam basically, and everyone does the matric exam, and based on your marks, you get into schools and stuff like that. And so it's like, it's really basically the core of the social contract in China, is that it doesn't matter if you're rich or if you're poor, you do the how cow and you get judged on the how cow. And if you are in traffic and you can't get to school to write your exam, you can phone the local police station. The local police station will send a motorcycle and pick you up out of traffic to take you to write this exam. That's how important these exams are.
That's how serious it is. I guess that's why, like, cram schools and also all sorts of things are, essentially like get them that emphasis on performing as well as you can in that final year before university.
The problem with the how cow is that it's based on this social myth and so the actual quality of the questions in the exam are not that good. They're not thinking questions. They're rote learning questions. You have to memorize a lot of stuff and you have to regurgitate a lot of stuff. And there are a lot of people who are middle class intelligence and, they don't like having to play to that. Anyway, this is a minor point, but essentially
Yeah.
how central the how cow is in the Chinese worldview and things like that. So China has a lot of these structures embedded in their system, and that's just how life works in China. And in some sense, they need to diversify, and they need to grow up, and they need to develop out of some of these things. And it's problematic because everything is so regimented, everything is so systematized, and they do have some pilot projects. Like there are some provinces and even cities in China that even run on a democracy. They have city councils, so they because they have such a strong centralized control, they give themselves the freedom to do all these interesting things. And so but I imagine now that they might have cracked down on all the democratic structures that they let flourish. Like they might have reversed that because of the major change in direction. They've removed English instruction. You cannot go to China and teach English to private students anymore.
Wow.
You can only be taught English in school, because if you take private lessons, you're cheating the system. Because then your child that is less talented than some other child is getting extra ammunition in the how cow.
Right.
So they're trying
it's basically like it's equality taken to its extreme.
Yeah. So
wow.
And so they are ideologically investing in this way of crystallizing and entrenching the Chinese system into people's minds, because they want to be able to have the resilience to go through what China needs to go through, which is a market correction, because they have a bubble and it needs to pop at some point. And so they're trying every trick in the book, and even if they lived under a different system, this still needs to happen. This bubble still needs to burst. So one can argue that it's not the government's fault, except that maybe the government could have prevented it from happening in the first place. But this is a necessary pain that has to, and they are managing it as best they can. And this is the problem, is that the psychology in China is very brittle. I mean, they even have a word for it. They call it the glass heart, the Chinese glass heart. And they can get into mobs, and they can strange things can happen. Foreigners have, even in better times, foreigners have been harangued by a whole mob of people that have turned against them and that have attacked them for triggering some propaganda, kind of a warning or so. I mean, there are lots of weird things that happen in the group thing.
I'd say that if anything, the more important bubble that needs to pop is the social one that you spoke of, like the mindset, because that's what brought about the economic bubble. It's they kind of need to diversify away from that one, I guess, that mentality or that frame of mind.
Yeah. So my view is, I mean, look, the middle class already understands a lot of this stuff, and they understand the predicament that they're in and stuff like that. But essentially, China is culturally going in the complete opposite direction, because I think celebrities are helpful, because celebrities give you an individualistic mentality. And although, that can also be taken to the extreme and can be unhealthy, it in terms of developing a culture that is based on, let's say, values or ethics that are based on integrity and based on your own personal judgment. Only an individual makes personal judgments about things, makes individual discerning. And so celebrities are the ideal of what, because the opinion of the celebrity gives you a model of your individual opinions to be an individual, peculiar, particular person that owns yourself and owns your own opinions. So they crack down on oh my word, it's so embarrassing, I always forget his name. The guy who made Alibaba.
Oh yes.
So
what's
so
the
they've
name of
cracked down on anyone who has an independent
Ma?
voice, and they've cracked
Yes.
down Jack Ma. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Jack
they
Ma? I
crack,
think that's his name. Yeah.
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 So they cracked down on Jack, and they've really tried to remove all individual celebrity from their culture, and this I think is going to an attempt, I think, to preemptively contain the middle class in China, which, when the economy turns sour, is going to have every cultural and also financial piece of ammunition to shift the zeitgeist, or to try to inculcate a cultural appreciation of because China is screwed in many ways, because it doesn't have they don't follow their own rules. Like, the government gets special treatment from the courts. They make their own law as they go along. Like
Right.
they don't have to follow their own rules. And most of China is a bit of a wild west. Like, no one follows the laws unless the government official comes by, a big government official comes by, and then everyone suddenly cleans up the city, and then they start acting according to what the laws actually are. It's really is like a really infantile mentality to authority. And so they don't have a principled way of how justice is structured. It's all connected into that you are looked after, and your identity is being looked after. And I mean, China has had this forever. It is the kingdom under heaven. They are the kingdom and the people that live under heaven. That's the Chinese identity. That's the myth. And they've never gotten past this in some sense. And celebrity and individual ethics and middle class, exalting the middle class, they're already preemptively working against this. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get it under control. I wonder, because I think China might have already had enough of a taste of growth, of acceleration, that when they start decelerating, when they go backwards, when the bubble bursts, the sharp contrast might tend them towards wanting a more liberal order, perhaps. But it can be hard to imagine something that they've never seen modeled to them, although the middle class can see this. The middle class have seen this. They look at Western institutions and they're envious, because you can actually trust. Or, I mean, it's weird how the West has become more China, but there's certain things about the West that you can trust.
Like what?
Well,
Like what?
you see, at least if you have a public court system, you can hear the arguments on both sides being argued in the court, and then you can make up your own mind if the judge has been bribed or is biased or has prejudged the case based on some. At the end of the day, I think that's where all integrity really rests, within the judiciary's capacity to uphold integrity and uphold principles. And obviously,
and feminists have taken it over.
Of late, sorry?
Feminists have taken it over.
Yeah, well, in some sense, of late, I would say that these cracks in the West have started to show, whereas perhaps they were nicely concealed before, but because the culture has gotten so toxic, you've lost that kind of common sense core in the culture to keep a check on the shaky foundation. Because I do think that the American foundation is not optimal. It doesn't have enough to contend with the liberal intolerance paradox. So you have to do things like the McCarthyist. I mean, the only thing that could fix America at the moment, structurally, which is again actually a betrayal of the American system as well, is to set up another commission of anti-American activities. But you wouldn't get away with that in the current climate, I think. Because that feeds into the persecution complex of the social justice warriors a bit too much.
Yes.
It feeds into the narrative of identity politics way too much.
Right.
And so the only way to actually put this monster back in the box is to, or again, is something
Burn
that
it?
is not really on the cards, but essentially is to have a revamped Bill of Rights that can actually that changes the nature of the judiciary to be more robust, perhaps.
Yeah, it's
And to,
it's very difficult. We kind of having a situation where both ends of you know, the spectrum in terms of freedom and then like authoritarianism are both unstable at this point in time. And the appeal to swing to the other end is the exact thing that will make it worse, at least in the medium term, in the short to medium term. Like just like you laid out, Psych, with regards to say having more formal committees, that's exactly the sort of power that the social justice warriors are looking for.
Yep.
You know, in terms of what's happening in China, if you privatize and you don't do it quite correctly, you might actually feed into the very same corrupt guys that brought you into this place. You know, so it's like, how do you handle this in a way that will, or maybe I'm being unrealistic. Maybe it's too much to ask for. You know, to ask for stability in such times. Maybe chaos is exactly the sort of thing we have to go through before things start to align themselves correctly again.
well, I mean, you see, this is why I like the South African thing, because at least on paper, South Africa should have been immune to all of this trouble. If we had just followed our principles and upheld our constitution, we would have been immune to this culture war stuff. We would have been immune to the toxic corruption in Black economic empowerment. We would have only had constitutional versions of affirmative action as part of our transformative, agenda and developmental plan that would have actually been targeted at,
Disadvantage instead of race. No?
yes, yeah,
Yeah.
and
But the
therefore
mind
would
virus-
actually be, sorry.
The mind virus is way too infectious. And it preys on women, and they get overly emotional and push for these things. It infects the women, and the women make the men make the bad decisions.
It's interesting because in other cultures this didn't happen, and I've actually been thinking about this. I haven't made a recording about this, but I do have some good ideas as to what actually happened culturally. Although it's a bit of a maybe it's too much of a low resolution play by play, but I think it has something to do with pornography. I think that boys in high school or whatever, because of the availability of pornographic material, they kind of disconnected from giving girls attention like they were used to, or something like that. And because women were essentially got a different kind of male interaction, that soured them, or they got resentful, or they wanted to compete with men more, because if they were only going to be seen as a purely sexual object or something like that, they didn't have a kind of a medium in which to make any kind of reasonable kind of social bond with boys. So because boys were, let's say, radicalized in terms of their sexual appetites because of pornography, that already kind of created a distrust between the sexes, and then that distrust metastasized into a kind of feminism to some degree. I don't know. I mean, it's a.
Are you suggesting that? Okay, if I could put it in the timeline of what happened in the West, that during the time of the sexual revolution, the first thing that actually kicked off was it was like basically the sex drive of men got you know, pumped with steroids, and then in response, feminism metastasized into what it is. Instead of the fact
Yeah.
that the sexual revolution actually corrupted the women, and then the men started to see them as sex objects, because I mean, they became way more sexually available. Do you think
Well,
pornography was a big thing at that time?
I mean,
Like as big as it is now, basically, yeah. It certainly wasn't as readily available and all these things. It would have been, I wager that it would have been easier to have the effect of women becoming more sexual because of the fact that they don't have to worry about, giving birth now that they have, birth control. They don't have to worry about the stigma and all of that because it's now socially being made acceptable to, have kids out of wedlock and all sorts of other things.
Yeah, no. So look, I'm familiar with those arguments about the sexual revolution. I'm talking about something that happened almost right after all those changes. So I do think that these are perhaps separable. So I think that two things happened. So I think that women could equalize men in a lot of realms and had equal access, but they didn't culturally compete with men in the way that they do now, in this kind of sort of toxic masculine kind of valence that women put on as they call themselves feminists in the modern kind of epoch, or in this new relation. So I think what happened was, look, the pornography that people had maybe 30 years ago even is still a super stimuli to some degree, but I think that it has grown in its cultural prevalence and influence. And although it's not spoken about often, or it's not the topic of conversation, I think that it had a huge impact on the relations between the sexes. And so it was one thing to have sort of smut magazines or pornographic magazines, which were physically not that easy to get a hold of necessarily, and even if they were accessible to people, they didn't have, a teenage boy didn't have access to like that much variety. They would have maybe a few magazines, but it was concentrated in terms of the stimuli. But now, because of the huge variety, it's on a different scale of super stimuli, and that I think has commodified sex or depersonalized sex to such a cultural extent that actually changed the relation between how men view or interact with women, and then women responded to that or reacted to that. I mean, look, it's a working theory. Maybe it's nothing, but
no,
I have
it's got legs. I understand. Like I can see how that can happen, and just having grown up in the generation where most of my peers are those people who had it at a click away, and then comparing it to say my parents and their peers, because they were more rural, so it's not even, they weren't even urban, so rural conservative. So it's quite a jump, I've got something to compare. And yeah, I do think I think it's very little is said about the effect of the sexual revolution. I think it's way larger than just, okay, women are just sleeping with everyone now, or birth control, sex for everyone. I think it's socially speaking.
Look, I mean, in some sense, I think that what makes my theory also interesting is that I'm actually putting more of the blame onto pornography than to the sexual revolution. Although the sexual revolution is a necessary condition for the toxicity that we are suffering from now, but I think that it was never this bad, even in the 90s. it hadn't even gotten to the, maybe it was starting, maybe this was brewing in the 90s, because that's when internet pornography became, you know, sort of accessible to a lot of people. But I have a feeling that, like, the thing is that men and women need some pretext, some innocuous pretext to engage with one another and to relate to one another and to build some kind of trust and some common interest or something like that. And if sex is already accessible to men or to boys or to teenagers on a level at which that they can imagine something and they can call it up, that level of, let's say, imaginative, projective prostitution that is associated with woman in general or something like that already kind of degrades or limits the scope of appreciation between men and women, because it sets up all these unreasonable expectations or you know, on the male side, and women or girls in high school, whatever, sensing these strange high standards, which are quite frankly, you know, kind of very far removed from building trust or building actual rapport or actually engaging in someone in a kind of one-on-one personal dynamic. There's a fundamental sort of depersonalization already. And then if women perhaps said, okay, well, if I'm going to be depersonalized, then I have to gain status or prove something about my personal esteem through some other way, because I don't have the same access to male attention that I would ordinarily have in an ordinary culture. The standards have changed. And so I have to, in some sense, I have to attain the same popularity or the same super stimuli command as a porn star. I have to be my own, I have to create a, I'm trying to make the comparison between idolizing professional accolade with, you know, sort of having the same power to command attention that maybe like the, anyway, so I mean, you can even see versions of this. I mean, how many women are on what is it called? The
OnlyFans.
Sorry?
OnlyFans.
Talking about
I can't hear what you.
OnlyFans.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
That's OnlyFans. Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, actually, I think your argument's got some legs to it, and I'd wager that from just looking at it on the other side, from the male perspective, can it not be said that social media, movies, music, I mean, just the general thematic shift on their perspective of what the ideal relationship should be, has had a similar effect to what you'd say perhaps pornography has had. It's
What is the betrayal of? I can't think of any media that really portrays an ideal.
I'm saying that no, they don't portray like what perhaps we would think is the ideal relationship, but the way they portray say women in our, like, where would you find the equivalent of Sex in the City back in the 50s? Where would you find the equivalent of Instagram, you know, where you're being bombarded with images of, you know, every couple that you see is, every time you see them, they're at some top tier event. So you don't actually get to see the other side of the picture of, I'm saying from a woman's perspective, you don't get to see the day-to-day arguments, the, you know, the rough side of things. And in doing so, you start to have, it shifts your expectations of what should be a good relationship. In much the same way that perhaps pornography could change your expectations for a woman, you know?
So you're saying that basically popular culture has produced a kind of a woman's version of pornography in
Exactly.
the version of idealistic or unreasonable expectations and standards of
Yeah.
what a relationship is.
Yeah, I'm saying that Instagram is the female version of whatever porn site you can think of.
It's interesting. I
That's
mean,
essentially
I
yeah.
knew a woman who told me she was she was very beautiful, and she told me that she knows a lot of women that are like this, and she says that there are so many women who are just addicted to. I mean, this was novel because she told me this like a long time ago. She told me this in like 2005, and so
Wow.
it's novel for me to hear. And she was like, there are pretty girls that will post pictures of themselves on Facebook. Instagram, I don't think existed then, and
No.
they're just there to get likes, you know, and they are addicted at seeing all the people that comment and like on their pictures. And I was like, oh, so they're in prison, and then she's like, I can't remember, you know, like they like, you know, like literally the princess that is in the tower, you know, locked in the tower, and then she has to let down her hair because you know she's imprisoned in the tower. And so the only way is if someone will actually climb up the hair. I don't know if the hair can be metaphorically woven into something here, but you know somebody else has to basically tag onto her own self captivation. But
Yeah, but but why are they there in the first place? That's my question. Like,
What?
if they weren't missing out on something in their real life, don't you think they wouldn't be doing that? Like, if they had bigger priorities than just accumulating likes for the way you look, like.
I think it is an exploitation of the female sexual selection strategy of hypergamy. I think that they are aggregating hypergamous token value, because in some sense the more likes that she gets on Facebook should translate into being able to command a higher sexual market value.
Yeah.
Essentially, you know, so it's like it's a super stimuli in terms of hypergamy that.
Right, but it's
It's like
superficial. It's not.
Sorry?
It's like superficial, right? Because
Yeah, it's
these
like
women
porn.
are a fucking mess. Like,
No, but I mean, you see, I don't think it's exactly like pornography, because I don't think it's sexual. It's more about power. It's about control. Because in some sense, hypergamy never cares about the particular man. It cares about optimizing whatever the man brings to the table. You know, it's like being able to hypothetically have the richest, most powerful, high status, and perhaps also physically beautiful man that you can get your hands on. That's the ideal for hypergamy. You know, is that someone who will provide to you the most of whatever it is that you can think of to demand, or that you might, you know, have a checklist to be fulfilled. And so the more likes you get on Facebook in 2005 supposedly is a pretty good game, or it's a pretty good replica of the game of being able to secure a high fulfilling hypergamous selection. Sorry.
Are you saying that basically the difference is that, to put it plainly, after a man watches, say, pornographic content, it's not going to make him go out and say, because I was able to watch that, I therefore should be able to get like women of that standard, of this imaginary standard, ought to be with me, right?
Well, I mean,
ought to be accepting of me, right?
Yeah.
Whereas with women, once they get all of those likes, it feeds into their ego and their sense of self, and tells them that you're worth more than perhaps you actually are. You know.
Well, look, men and women are actually. I mean, this proves in some sense the differences between men and women, because in some sense it really has to do. I think it is as crude as biology. is that
Yeah.
men, to some degree, technically don't have to care that much about the quality of the woman that they're having sex with, because sperm is cheap and eggs are expensive, and a man can impregnate a woman and bugger off and disappear, and he is going to be evolutionarily more successful for doing so. Whereas the woman, it's the inverse. She's going to be unsuccessful if she can't secure, within a social confinement, within a social network, within a social standing that keeps the man faithful or at least dependable. So she being plugged into having lots of likes means that there's a lot of societal eyes on her as well, perhaps. So it makes her hypergamous transaction more secure, or at least lines up alternatives if one of her candidate suitors fall out of the picture. So, I mean, so women are more about thinking about the future, and also thinking about the vulnerableness of what it means to be pregnant and without a dependable provider, assisting you. And so, it's completely different criteria. So, like, when men are enjoying pornography, it really is just for the moment. It's just. But this also steals something from the dynamic between men and women, because if men weren't pleasuring themselves through pornography, they would have to invest that energy into being intrigued by women, or pursuing women, or sort of, or being more flirtatious and subtly, kind of engaged in getting women's attention. But instead, they can just get that from a screen, and so women have less engagements. They have less of the spectrum of draw in terms of their. So I do think that women might have suffered through a kind of, what's the word? A desert, a deprivation of that kind of sexual interest has now kind of, that they do still get, they are still the recipients of sexual interest, but it's in a much more radical or point, it's much less subtle. It's no longer nuanced. It's no longer dynamic. It's no longer organic. It's very entrained, because the super stimuli that men have acclimatized themselves to is just so stark.
Yeah, that escalation is no joke.
I guess this is what you'll hear from women when they talk about, like, the reduction in the quality of men. I guess this is what they're pointing to. And
they haven't been. Sorry, this is going. I don't mean this in a pejorative. They haven't been toyed with. They haven't been played with. They haven't been. Sorry, there's probably a better word than this. They haven't been engaged in a more
tango.
organic.
A bit of the dance before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and like I've heard Sam Backman say before, like with men, like they could watch porn and get off that way, and they feel as though they just had sex. Like, they don't really need women at that point. So that kind of reduces the motivation.
I mean, I think psychologically that might be a little bit true, in terms of that you can believe that, but I don't think that it is physiologically true, or that in the long, because like psychologically, pornography is very unhealthy. It's very unhealthy psychologically. Whereas if you have sex instead, it's way better for your hormones. It's way better for your physiology. It's better all around. Although I don't want to sort of.
Well, just by the way, what's, I guess this applies to most simulation type of stimulation. What is the difference? Why is it more toxic to? Because I mean, what you're saying sounds like it's better to have a cigarette than to than to use one of those, stickers those nicotine stickers. It's like you're saying you kind of need the real thing because in some ways having the fake thing does more damage in this particular case. What about the fact that it's not actually real does damage to men from your estimation?
I mean, it's very psychologically entrenched, I guess. Your body knows that it's not the real thing, and it just doesn't respond the same way in terms of hormone production. So, like, you will actually, like, if you have sex, you can improve your sleep and things like that, and it will improve your energy. If you masturbate, it will literally have, you'll burn yourself out. You'll even exude different pheromones. like you'll physiologically, you will be less attractive to women as well, because like you will smell different. I mean, it's pretty crazy. But I get these emails from this guy. I think I might get his name wrong. I think his name is Mark Wilson, and he's always just plugging like these herbal supplements and like I think it's called. Anyway, a lot of it is like pine pollen and stuff like that, which is really good for testosterone. But he often responds to people who have asked him questions, and he gives a question and an answer every time in this email. He gives a question and answer, and he just talks about general male health stuff. So he talks about testosterone replacement therapy, and he talks about all these different issues and how they impact male physiology and male health. And he knows a lot of medical stuff, and that's why I just read his emails every now and again, because I just want to have a general knowledge about what's going on. And he constantly reiterates the important points of his advice, and he is so against masturbation, you cannot believe it. It's like it's the worst thing in the world, basically, for your energy, for your. He talks a lot about also how to get into a psychological mind space that is healthy for a male, and he talks about having a kind of positive energy, but I'm going to do it bad if I'm going to try to reproduce the gist of it. But he describes it very, very well, that you get into a kind of loser mentality and a kind of loser rut, and that really is a part of the cycle of essentially virtual sex, essentially. I'm just trying to think exactly.
Does this effect translate to other spheres of life? Like, say, okay, compared to, say, video games, does it do people who play outside have the same sort of effect, see the same sort of drop versus people who play video games? Maybe another one is, what about prostitution? What about prostitution? Is there like a difference between, say, like having sex with, say, your wife versus prostitution versus pornography? And maybe if you could tell me where prostitution ranks between the three. Yeah.
I mean, I think it really is going to be much more qualitatively unique than those basic categories, because, for example, I mean, a lot of the advice that he's giving is designed for married men who have gotten into a kind of beta rut, and you really have to, like, because he'll actually, when he refers to women, he doesn't refer to them as women. He'll say estrogen will respond like this. He will say, like, you'll know that you're having the right hormones because estrogen will respond to you like this. And how he talks about it, it's very clever, because he really shows you exactly what the mindset is and how to actually optimize your. But so essentially, what I'm just trying to say is that it's not the difference is going to be qualitative. So I imagine that you could have bad hormones when you have sex with your wife, and you could have bad hormones when you have sex with a prostitute, because you're paying for it. But it really, I guess, has to do with kind of your own confidence level and your own kind of how you're psychologizing what's going on. You know, like
Mm.
if the hormones are actually, because that's what it is. I mean, like, we really are mostly driven. I mean, it's amazing that your immune system as well. Like how suppressed you get when these, you know, if you're not sleeping right and if your hormones are messed up, and you can give yourself hormone problems from essentially from masturbation. I mean,
Wow.
I would argue that people get into that. I mean, you probably have a very small window when you're a teenager when you can kind of cope with that, but eventually I think you have to kind of get that under control. Or I know I can give a supplement right now. Evening primrose.
Primrose.
Yeah, primrose
Yeah.
oil in capsules. That stuff is really good for men. That gives you, I think it's serotonin maybe, but
I'll be looking into it. Actually, I find this stuff very interesting because obviously people tend to say these things, and you know, you sort of take them as slogans that people are just mouthing off. But to have like some like logic behind it, you know, to have people say, no, look, really, this stuff actually can affect you, you know. I'm very curious how it translates into other you know, spheres of life, this simulation versus reality, and how it affects you on a physical hormonal level, and then how that can rub off on, as you said, women, I guess other people as well, you know. It's,
well, I mean, for a man, working out is also very helpful because, I mean, just muscle mass. I mean, like your body tissue is an endocrine organ. So like muscle literally produces testosterone, and fat literally produces estrogen. It like converts androgens into estrogen. So, you know, like literally just having lower fat will increase your testosterone. Not drinking
Yeah.
chlorinated water is huge. If you drink chlorinated water, you can lose 40% of your testosterone. And when you lose
What?
testosterone like that, you know, you can measure. If you measure testosterone and you stop drinking chlorinated water, you know, there's a huge variance in terms of your level of testosterone, and that impacts on your immune system. Like losing that much testosterone. I mean, this is why we have so much disease. This is why we have so many problems in our societies, because, you know, we really need to. I mean, I drink water. There's this guy who lives down the road, and he actually gets the water from the Cape Town aquifer. He's got he taps into it, and so this water has never had chlorine or fluoride put into it, and then he filters it as well, and it's amazing how it tastes. He goes exactly pH 7. It's only R1 a liter. That's like $1 for 17
That's
liters,
good.
which
That's very cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
think that might be cheaper than because in my hometown, you know, we kind of have this habit of buying water from the store, like, you know, from like the local garage or something like that, petrol station. Yeah, so yeah, I'm just I realize that's a South Africanism. Yeah, so you buy from there because we just don't trust the local you know, municipality to give you quality water. And I wonder if that's been chlorinated, if that's
see,
got
the
like,
problem is even if they filter it with a reverse osmosis filter, I
yes,
believe that
yes.
they can't get the chlorine out of it. You really want water that's never had chlorine put into it. Otherwise, I think you can't. I mean, you still want it filtered because, you know, you want to. It's nice when you drink water that isn't hard, that doesn't have a high mineral content in it. But anyway,
Yeah.
Chlorine though dissipates.
yeah, it can over time, but
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know how much you can actually get rid of it if you. I don't know how long you would have to leave it. The water would probably go stale.
Well, I mean,
Wow.
chlorine's different. I mean, it dissipates pretty quickly. Chloramine, though, that's a different chemical that they've binded with ammonia that stays longer. That one you actually have to break the bond first and then allow it to dissipate.
I'm not sure which one they use, but I know they put fluoride as well, which is also really bad for your thyroid.
Yeah.
And also bad for your endocrine system, probably.
Is this like standard practice for most you
Water.
know, like
Yeah,
state
chlorine
supplied, government
is-
supplied water.
It kills bacteria.
I believe it's a conspiracy to some degree. Or the reason why they put fluoride in water is supposedly because it's good for your teeth,
Right.
Yeah.
which is not even the right fluoride, because all the stuff that says that fluoride is good for your teeth comes from one study, and it was done with a fluoride compound that is not the same fluoride that they put into the water.
Right.
So I think that they put it there just to make people unhealthy so that they can sell them other things.
Well, they put chlorine in because there's a whole bunch of bacteria in the water. So
Yeah.
So what is there
depending
no price, effective way of getting rid of bacteria without chlorine, with like a more,
You
No,
could
they
use
could.
ozone, but I don't know how much it would cost.
yeah.
yeah,
Chlorine's really easy to get out of water. It usually just dissipates because water chemistry is really important for goldfish stuff. So
yeah. What
had to
what
I've
learn
actually-
everything about my water.
Yeah,
I bought a chlorine filter for my shower. It hasn't arrived yet, but I mean, because I'm losing hair, so I mean, but anyway, maybe that'll help. Maybe not. It's
Maybe.
probably too late.
heck, you might actually have too much testosterone.
Yes,
I'm
that's
judging by
the
your
thing.
beard.
Higher
so-
testosterone makes you lose your hair because it builds up on the scalp.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's testosterone, and it turns into DHT, and then that's the one that actually affects
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. So if anything, you might actually have like your problem worsen if you remove the chlorine.
Right?
Because my testosterone will go up. I mean,
Which you up by like 40%. Oh wow, the 40% you lost.
it's weird though. I mean, because when I was in my early 20s, I didn't have. I mean, I did always lose hair, but I never was balding at all. Like I think I just lost hair because I mean I have very thick hair. Like I just have a lot of hair, and it's wavy. So, but I mean, like
Everybody
I
loses
never
hair.
had any kind of bald spot until much
Yeah.
later.
I mean, the average person supposedly loses between 20 and 50 hairs a day.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's shedding.
Yeah.
I mean, hair.
It's shedding.
hair
It grows back.
but it has like a lifespan. Hair does.
Yeah. All of us. I mean, that goes for all of us. Like I think
Yeah.
the thing is, after 7 years, literally every cell in your body has been replaced.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So we literally
So I
shed
was just gonna say-
everything. Yeah.
There's an interesting factoid that I'm going to the gym now much more regularly, and I'm also losing weight, so I'm very happy about that. But I need to fast more as well. But when I'm 35 now, and it is the easiest time in a man's life to gain muscle mass when they are 35. The closer you are to 35, that's the optimum for a man in terms of muscle mass. So it's interesting. So like even a 37-year-old is able to essentially do much better in a gym in terms of gaining muscle than like a 28-year-old, because it all just okay, this is slightly based on an average, so it's maybe slightly different for individuals, but basically on average, the closer you are to 35, that is the optimum. So I'm taking this is my lost opportunity to actually look good and to actually anyway, but
Go for it.
Can I ask
This
you
will be
about
the
this?
easiest time to do so as well. So
Yeah.
you'll be getting a lot of bang for your buck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Psych, can I ask you about this? When I was listening to your upload about the stuff between the sexes, and you were talking about the women who, how'd you put it? The women who, because you were talking about white knights and gray knights and a whole bunch of different shit. But the women who are apparently attracted to animus possessed men, anima possessed, whatever the borderline kind of men. Because this was missing, the reverence for the spirit of the Father.
Yeah.
So how do you? Because my question was how do you fix? How would you go about like a woman, like a feminist, I feel like all feminists, by and large, do not revere the spirit of the father. Right?
Yeah, so I think that what the spirit of the Father is in this context as well, specifically, but also more generally as well,
Yeah.
is that
Not the irresponsible one that you mentioned.
yeah. So what the spirit of the Father is that, let me just add some adjectives here. What is the meaning of being a good father? To be a good father is relative to the opportunistic sexual strategy, is that you don't get someone pregnant and run away, that you actually chose to have a child, that you actually conceived of it, that the man conceived of it, that the spirit, the father conceives of the future before it happens, chose the future before it happens.
Right.
That is the spirit of the Father, is the spirit of responsible conception, in some sense, and the full conception and control, therefore, according to the order, according to the plan, and so. So I mean that's the broad concept. So the spirit of the Father writ large is that to everything, and that to reality. Obviously, in incarnated form of an individual father trying to embody the spirit of the Father, that is you can't touch you can't exactly touch the Platonic ideal, but you can hopefully resonate in accordance with it, or something like that. And obviously, spirits themselves, there's no such thing as embodying a spirit. It's kind of like you can think that you're embodying a spirit, and somebody else can think you're embodying a spirit, and you can only both think that if you both share the same understanding of it, and you both agree in that perspective or something. You have to choose to enact it, or at least to believe in enacting it. I have to find the right sort of layer of abstraction here, but essentially it's something that you see with the spiritual eye, and something, and so if you're talking about the spirit of anything, it's something that's not there. It's something that is part of your belief system. You either believe it or you don't believe it.
Right.
You either understand it or you don't understand it, and you either have a shared understanding or not. And so
Right.
all of that stuff has to kind of is a precondition to having a reverence for the spirit of the Father, is that you have to share an understanding, and in some sense it's never going to be an individual thing. It's going to be a cultural thing. It's going to be part of a cultural awareness, or a cultural understanding, as it were, within. When I say cultural, I don't mean society at large. I just mean the culture of whatever participants are involved in this reverence, which in this context would only need to include the particular parents, or a particular wife and a husband,
Yeah.
So just being able to have that shared, you could even call it a kind of ideological worldview, or a shared metaphysical, kind of. It's weird because when you add spiritual or religious dimensions to sexuality, like obviously the sexuality is really just a kind of metaphor to some degree, but sex itself has always been a very interesting thing within religion and spirituality, because it's sort of the flesh, and how do you cope with the flesh, and embodiment and incarnation, and and in my view, the flesh is not a physical thing. It's actually a spiritual thing. It's the fleshly thinking. That is what the flesh is. It's something like a projection, and something that you can look past or see through, or that you have to keep your eye on that enemy, because anyone is capable of bringing that to the table and making that the thing that, yeah. So anyway, I mean, I often like thinking that these things need to be approached from the reverse. You can't try to do it positively. You have to guard against the opposite of it. You have to guard against the antithesis of it. And you have to be in agreement with the other person about what the antithesis of it is. That's the only real agreement that we have on spiritual things. So we are both looking, our eyes are both open to the same enemy.
Right.
That is how you have a shared spiritual understanding and a reverence for the Father, is that you both have the fear of the antithesis of reverence to the Father. You both share in that in that hate, in some sense, you know.
Right.
And this is you know, it's an interesting sort of thing, is that without judgment, there is no discerning. You know, there is no real, you know, you can't just deal with these positive things. In fact, it's actually only in the awareness of darkness and our sharing in an awareness of darkness that we can actually have the light of understanding and the light of reason, that we can guide and coordinate in any kind of sensible way, that isn't just a kind of blind faith, which is, in my view, actually people who love the darkness will create these positive, never-ending, you know, never yielding, you know, kind of schemas, which are all based on scapegoating things, and you never actually deal with the actual confrontation of the actual thing that's causing the problem. Right. But so you do actually at some point have to work out that you both are guarding against the same things, that the thing that you despise and the thing that they despise, and that you want to be detached from, because you want to detach from the fleshly thinking of the world. You have to compare your notes on that. You have to develop sorry, I'm just trying to think of the exact scripture. You know, the building the I can't remember the word that it uses. I think it's the oneness of the faith. Sorry, I can't think of the right translation. I know that one of the scriptural translations is anyway, developing the oneness of the faith, or the I can't remember the proper word. Anyway, but
because like listening through that, you were trying to describe how accountability, women's lack of accountability in our society has been a terrible thing, and how the white knights were kind of like the irresponsible father because they don't hold the women accountable.
Yeah.
And then they'll attack men who try to do that.
Yeah.
I didn't.
And they create rationalizations that support women in whatever they choose to do or whatever. And they make excuses.
Right. So what's the? I mean, because I got to the end of it and you were like, and this is probably what did you close that with?
I don't remember.
Pretty much like it's kind of pointless to talk about it. That's kind of hard.
I was just describing the whole thing, I guess, but
yeah. I mean, because the solution is for women to be accountable for what they do. But the spirit of the Father, the women that don't have that, like the feminists, do you think that there's a way that they can respect that if they've never respected that ever? Well,
although I went into a lot of weird esoteric details there, I think what the kernel of it is really as simple as just an internal locus of control. Because if you have a reverence for the Spirit of the Father, right, you have this idea that things have to actually be fully conceived, and then from that full conception, there is a proceeding order that things will follow according to, you know. And so, in some sense, that's the formula of what coherence is. You know, that things follow well, in some sense, a plan, but also that they are self-consistent within the mind. You know, that things line up.
Yeah.
And if you have an external locus of control, things don't have to line up, because it's either somebody else is to blame, or somebody else should have done something. And I think it's very linked to the zero sum kind of stuff. If you're in a kind of zero sum calculus, you don't have to be a very responsible accountant in terms of tallying things and watching things and evaluating things, because like somehow it all adds up to what it should be. It's just been distributed badly, and so you just have to be a more sort of proactive agent in terms of just making contrasts between, oh, well, I can just juxtapose these two, hysterical, if you could just point out any iniquity, you're allowed to act on it before fully understanding the context, or fully understanding, like things more holistically. So you don't have to have a holistic version. You just have to have a narrative vision about what, some strange ideal that you haven't fully conceived of. Anyway, that you haven't coherently pieced together fully. So, I mean, another way of just saying it much more simply is that, they're just so they aren't thorough in their thinking. Their
Right.
thinking is like is almost sort of temperamental.
Well, yeah, but how much of that is because they're so damn emotional and they don't know how to control that because they've never had to?
You see, I mean, the problem is also, like, when you have people in authority in your life, if you have parents that just use their moral authority. Stefan Molyneux goes into all of this stuff. It's very important stuff, about how moral authority has been abused and badly modeled to people, and then that trains them into a kind of dishonesty and trains them into zero sum, sort of projections. And so, if the world operates with these cheat codes that allow you to disguise your own, kind of irresponsibility, and so much of that exists in the world, like women learn that aspect to social organization, and they, lots of people use group identity, always have used group identity to disguise their particular grift and their particular sort of social manipulation. People have used religion for that all the time, I deserve this because I'm a good XYZ, so, I mean, identity has, even some people who naturally, in terms of their personality, I think that this is their major thing, and they have just made society acclimatized to their personality and to their tactic. And until we as a culture learn to identify and suppress that and say, this is not on, this is a corrupting influence, until we get that under control. And in some sense, that only happens if institutions get under control. And in some sense, you need the judiciary to get under control, so that high school can get under control, so that teachers, when they are modeling authority to their children, they know that they can't just rely on moral authority and skate by because they're older, respect your elders. They're not going to get away with that. They have to actually.
Well, now they're saying respect me because I'm a woman.
Yeah.
So wouldn't it, because when I look at all this bullshit, it makes sense to me to sort out the universities first, because they're the ones that educate the people that go into law. Women have overrun the legal system. So they've displaced men in that department.
Yeah. So I guess right on top there, you would want perhaps a legal college or a legal university, or because that's eventually how they changed. They improved the legal system in your country slightly, because the originalists became popular in the legal schools, and then you got Justice Scalia on the Supreme Court and things like that, and he provided some stability and integrity within a legal system that really is quite shaky, in my opinion, in my view. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, like infiltrate or having a solid grounding at the university is certainly a good idea. It is the right institution, because that is usually the luminary institution. That is the institution that is leading the way into moving forward into improvements and things like that. But I mean, you would have to start a new institution, because they're too plugged into systems of robotic compliance, and they're too plugged into. They don't have enough independent integrity. It seems like everything is just kind of.
Well, because women have been infiltrating them. 30 years of it, Psych. 30 of affirmative action and diversity, inclusion, equity quotas. Like,
you see, I mean, but then there are female academics who take a hard line against identity politics and and this version of feminism. So, I mean, in some sense, I just think it's the institutions. The institutions never had the integrity to basically just push back against these people and say, this is bullshit. Like, I don't want you working at this university. You're a waste of resources, and you're just polluting people's minds. Like.
Yeah.
Let me ask this question. Gamada, you know how you rail against women being in these positions of power and the sorts of things they tend to do.
Yes.
In your world, would it be better to have most of these positions be filled by men generically, in the way perhaps they used to back in the day, versus if we could put every position of power that, affects, like, that enables feminism, and fill them with people like you? All women,
but I don't want to be
your
there.
mentality. I'm just saying, let's say if you had the ambition to, say, be the head of recruitment at university, or HR at a company, or head of whatever policies they have at whatever institution, and we were to replace them with you. I'm trying to isolate you, your beliefs here. Do you think that would be worse or better than having the generic man there?
So generic man, like, are we picking men from our current culture that are so abused that they're afraid to even speak the truth? Are you talking about those men?
Yeah, I'm basically trying to say, if we could totally ban women from getting jobs in these positions of power, right? Hypothetically. I'm essentially saying that it probably wouldn't be as good as we think it could be, perhaps because of how corrupt the men have become due to the influence of, say, the feminists. We shouldn't exclude the possibility of having, again, to use their language, allies from women, who are women who could actually fight the good fight,
But I feel like with that, I guess under the current climate, when the majority of people are so fucking emotional and they get their feelings hurt, like, that's kind of where we are as a society, like, super emotional. Everybody seems to be super emotional and easy to manipulate, easy to provoke, easy to get under their skin. And when we have a society that doesn't fucking know how to behave themselves, like, I feel like you need hard asses that don't take any shit, but they have to have the courage to just fucking speak the truth and be quick with the stick.
Yeah.
And that's not a lot of people in our society, unfortunately.
Yeah, my drive to make this point is because I know so many men who are in, for all intents and purposes, are, red, purple-haired feminists.
Yeah, but
in the way they give in to the source stuff, and perhaps they're not, like, as militant or as radical, but I mean, all it takes is someone who bends in just enough, situations to allow these guys to take over.
Yeah, but
So
I
I
blame the moms there. The moms raise these boys to be like that.
Okay, so I think I understand the point that Mandy is making. I mean, I don't agree with it exactly, but essentially, the idea is that women are naturally going to have a kind of proclivity where they are going to be less professional in administering the standards of
Yeah.
of a rigorous kind of institution, and therefore the standards will over time sort of lapse or degrade or fall and end up permitting, kind of, quite a high level of degradation of just basic common sense even. But I mean, I think this all comes up to the idea that, if you're in a serious position, like if you're a professor at a university, that that title should not be handed out lightly, and that
Yeah.
essentially only people that have high professional standards, who have a high acumen of being able to rigorously uphold high standards, should be given that title. And I do think that there are many women who can be just as professional as men. I mean, I do think that also the same reason why Mandy is trying to say you shouldn't allow women into these, that you shouldn't put them in this position where they are likely to, over time, weaken the integrity of the institution or weaken the standards, is the same reason why you wouldn't want a white knight to hold the same position. White knights would be just as dangerous, and in fact, they've always existed, and they've always also held positions, and they've always made allowances for people and made excuses, and probably done just as much damage. And I mean, I can think of just as many male feminists that are ideologically possessed and that
Yes.
believe the stuff, that are every bit as, I mean, maybe you can argue, well, there would be far fewer of them if they weren't misled by all these feminists that were given all these fancy titles at these fancy institutions that use that integrity or use those credentials to create this this white knight sort of esteem economy or kind of status place within society, or
I mean, because that's entrained into them. That is
conditioned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is it's an environmental issue.
Yes, environmental.
You seem to be touching on the point of playing the odds, and you're essentially saying that why it's not worth the risk to have women in these positions of power. You're
'Cause
essentially saying doing so is sort of like a hope strategy.
It's a small number of women that I think that could actually maintain a position there and stay objective and not get, because women are easier to manipulate than men are typically. Like a healthy man, like it takes a woman to manipulate a man. Like a man's not going to manipulate another man as easily as a woman can get away with it.
Okay, I give you that, right?
But it takes childlike behaviors or childlike, somebody suffering, somebody whatever, to really make a woman more emotional, I think. So that's why a lot of these women, that even if they don't have kids and they're in these positions, they almost see these suffering people as their children. And I think that's a natural proclivity.
Okay, I think that's a fair statement to make about the natural proclivities. I just know that even among men, even some of the good men, it's still a very small sliver of men that can actually be seen as worthy of holding these positions, which is why it's such a bad thing to not have them based on merit.
Right.
You know,
Right.
because you're literally introducing, like if it were a chart, you'd be introducing noise, you'd be introducing chaos into a system instead of trying to filter out, you know, chaos.
Right.
It's like you purposely want to destroy things by having these
Right.
sorts of policies, these affirmative action policies, these, you know,
Well,
gender
okay.
equality policies.
Let
Yeah.
let me show you. I don't know, Emmanuel, if you saw this. Let me show you what your typical gender studies professor looks like. Okay, here's that meeting. And because they're so concerned about race and sexism and all the things, like, look at this woman.
Of this problem. I think about students on these committees, and I think about there being one student on the committee, and that feels like a recapitulation to me of exactly the problem that they're experiencing on campus, which is to say it's very difficult to communicate when you are the only
hold on.
something in a room, particularly if a member of a group that has been discriminated against. And
I remember this lady. This was Wolf, right?
Say thank you for the support.
Yes, her name was Wolf.
Yes.
I will need
And
it.
this was a diversity lady.
Yeah, this is a diversity
of
lady.
course, I want to echo what everybody else said. I'm thrilled to see what we're doing on this campus to better the climate for students, faculty, and staff. And it's one of the things that's most important to me, and I see the problems everywhere. So I am thrilled to see the administration addressing this. I have a couple of comments, and maybe it's actually one. It's a comment question. I teach in women's and gender studies, so I tend to get a lot of students, BIPOC students. I get students who are GLBTQ plus. They migrate, or they tend to gravitate toward my courses. And what I hear over and over and over again is that they feel alienated on campus. And as they talk, they give me, and you and I could talk more about this, they give me lots of examples of what is alienating. And as someone who is deeply committed to this, I don't know what to do, right? Because they talk about what it's like to sit in class. They talk about what it's like when students are having, when there are student-led programs. They talk about walking through campus and the sense of isolation. And I don't have an answer. I mean, of course, I listen actively and try to be supportive, but what are the kinds of things that you do and that all of us could do? I can't fix walking through campus. And I also can't, I do talk about race, gender, class, all of those things in my classes, but I don't know how to address the issue of the climate on campus.
Yes, I have.
That's your gender studies professor.
Yeah, she said a lot that I found kind of triggering. Like, at some point she said, I see these problems everywhere. I was like,
Everywhere.
yeah, that itself is a problem.
Yeah.
I'm always wary of people who say they see problems everywhere.
Right.
Maybe you're the
Especially after
problem and you're projecting it.
Exactly. Like,
Right,
maybe,
right.
you know, and especially after she went on to say that LGBTQ people tend to gravitate towards her
Yep.
studies, which is like gender studies.
Yep.
So she's gone from a subsample, like a sample of gender studies, and it said LGBTQ people who actually go to gender studies, which is a smaller sample of the entire university's students.
Yeah.
And then she says their experiences now, we've all got to make way to accommodate this very small percentage of, the student body. And I mean, if you are LGBTQ, right, by definition, you're different, and of course you'll feel isolated, because if you look like a transgender man, or what is it, a transgender woman, a man who's transitioned to being a woman, you'd probably be the only person maybe in that particular part of campus is that,
Yeah,
and naturally
I
speaking,
mean,
people,
on some level, it's weird the kind of the entrained prejudice that you even have as some of these people, because you stand out. You
yeah,
look different to other people. You've done things to because everybody else is just normal or ordinary, and they just blend
yeah,
together. So you just treat them like a nebulous mass, and everyone else is treated like they should be treated. But because you stand out so much and you look so different from them, if no one is celebrating how different you look, then you feel rejected by the nebulous mass of ordinary people that are all the same and that all have the same standing. But you have gone all the extra mile to look distinct and different. And if no one is celebrating your difference, then they are essentially spitting in your face and rejecting you. So you have to be constantly patted on the back and celebrated for taking, the courageous stand to break with the herd, and everybody else is just a cheerleader that should be redirected towards, fawning around you
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
making you feel accommodated.
Yeah.
Because you are so different from all of them. You're on a different level to them. I mean, they're just plebs, and
Right.
you should be a celebrity.
It's weird. It's like they want to be praised on one hand, on the other hand, they want to be accepted. And part of being accepted means you be ignored because you'll be seen as normal. You'll just, as you said, you'll be treated as like part of just the mass. Like it's like walking in peak hour traffic, like, or driving in peak hour traffic. You don't remember what car is next to you,
Yeah.
Yeah, so they take that as exclusion. It's like, if anything, if people
Right.
are, I don't know, like, what do you want to be? You worked so hard to do something, and that thing that you did makes you very different. So naturally, people tend to treat you differently from everyone else because, I mean, you are different. Like,
In fact, it wouldn't even be a problem if it wasn't for identity politics, because in some sense, you have to almost have an extra eye on these people as to what expectations they have in terms of that you're not reacting to them according to their preconceived.
Right.
You have to live up to their private expectations, and
Yeah.
which you have to mind read. It's that feminine. It is in some sense that feminine manipulation program where it's
yes.
like you have to. I can't even remember the rendition of it, but it's
Yeah, I get exactly what you're talking about. It's like you're supposed to know what they're thinking about, like, and be able to act on it without them telling you.
Right.
And yet that thing is dynamic. On one day they can want to be accepted, and one day they want to be celebrated. And it's like, which is it? Do you want to be like? Because when you're celebrated, in some way you are excluded because you're exalted. It's like you being excluded and people are saying you are up there, but at the same time you want to be treated as normal.
that whole dynamic exists for them to hold all the power and to be able to judge and then post hoc rationalize whatever judgment they deigned to dispense at that moment in time. So they are the only agents in the room. They are
Right.
the only one who's allowed agency, and they are the first
Yeah.
mover, and then everything else will be post hoc rationalized and framed from their perspective. They are
Yeah.
the only real person. Everybody else is just ordinary, so they just
Well-
blend into the background. They must just be projected on.
But it's their feelings that everybody's so concerned about. So it has to be them because they're the only ones that can let the outside world know what the feelings are.
It's
Yeah, because
it's a bit of
there's
I don't know if it's a
there's a
brat
special
complex or like a god complex. Like the fact that you think it's like they're playing again. I'm going to use the example of Sims, right? It's like they're playing a huge game of Sims. They're the one who, as you said, it's like that. They're the ones who are in control. And now they look at, characters that are not doing what they want, as though they're like, I don't know, like the game's jamming. Like, hey, person who created the Sims game, look, you've got a bug in the game. This person's not doing what I want them to do, And it's like, you do realize these are sentient beings. They do their own thing, and not everything will work out in your favor. You're not aware of what you want at any moment in time,
Well, no, but they tell people, and then when they don't comply, then they get their feelings hurt. Like this one.
But
This
even if
one's
they
a
do so,
young.
they change their standards all the time. I mean, that's part of
Yeah.
the reason, as Mike was saying, that's part of the reason people are
Yeah.
apprehensive about it, because it's like
Yeah,
you make it so.
So their whole mentality is antithetical to participation. They don't believe in participation. They believe that you should correspond to their expectations, and in some sense, like they are unscripted, but everybody else has to conform to the script to undo the script of their persecution complex. So
Right.
you have to break their scripted persecution complex that they have for
Yeah.
themselves, because otherwise you are complicit in their systemic oppression. It's this all
Right.
this baggage essentially, so that they can essentially look always like the deer in headlights, but in some sense they are the camouflaged serpent, and it's everybody else's fault for treading on them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even
Like
though
this.
they they just place themselves right in front of your feet. You're just doing your own thing, like, heck, man, the rest of the students are just there to learn.
Right. Right.
Most people when I was at university, I wasn't thinking about like I need to worry about making sure that this person is accommodated, that person is accommodated. And this is across
Right.
everything, politics, gender, you name it, and yet
People that
the whole
aren't
world's gonna make.
participating,
Yeah, go on.
people that fundamentally aren't participating and are not, in fact, are geared to be anti-participatorial or whatever, are essentially just traps waiting to happen, which is why you have to keep an eye on them, because they are constantly projecting these traps onto other people. And in some sense, whenever you deal with them, you have to actually try to plug into their nomenclature. You have to plug into their procedure, whatever it is at that point in evolution. And you have to sort of say the right things so that you show your ideological compliance, to their system of control, and that you are then a safe target, and then you have earned your ability not to be projected on and not to be scorned at their whim, or something like that. And so, watching these people walk around with their doe eyes, like waiting to absorb the mismatch in anticipation from their ideological, kind of preordained requirements, is like they look innocent, but in some sense, I feel sorry for them, because in some sense it is a bit of an unconscious. It's both conscious and I think that they're responsible for this. I would call it nescience. Technically, they are nescient about this trap that they are setting up other people to fall in, so that then they can trigger their dramatization, which is exactly what borderlines do. I mean, you see how much energy borderlines put into their hysteria, and they put into their crying and their wailing and their episodes.
Yeah.
Like it because and it's strange, because they are almost like robots in that sense, that they set themselves up for this, and then they say, oh, who would want to feel this way? Who would want to go through this constant trauma? But it's a trap. I mean, it's all there essentially just to be an attention trap, and the point of the trap is to essentially compel and command. Like, they don't want other people to have participation. They've just discovered their own agency that operates from this disgusting relativism that is in this kind of paradox that has tied up other people's agency away from them, and abstracted other people's agency to be projected on. And so, this is why I don't like their faces. When I look at these doe-eyed, it really triggers me, because I know exactly what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a serpent who is acting like the victim constantly. And it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that is there to entrap people. It's irresponsible, but it's psychologically, it it is fascism waiting to happen. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what it is. I mean, it is. This is the psychological core of what eventually compels a whole society to fall in line, to goose step, to march to the tune.
But I think women, because as a woman, I'm gonna use that label. Like these people look very childish, and I know personally many older women that have fallen prey to this shit too, because it's almost like they pull on their heartstrings or something. Can I torture you with one more, Psych? Because I want you to, because this is, I mean, she comes with. Now, mind you, Texas A&M used to be an all-men's military school, so.
I wanted to follow up on what Senator Wolf was talking about. When I walk through our campus here, and I've been to College Station a few times, I see an amazing level of branding. Like the university does an amazing job at displaying the history of Texas A&M with these beautiful murals. It's really amazing, and I think that can be isolating. I think for me, just seeing that, I don't see myself represented there. And I'm a faculty member, but if I were to put myself in the shoes of a student, that would be very intimidating. But we can.
She goes on to say how she needs people to market and put more. She says black people up, but she means women.
Yeah, I remember her.
Yeah. But she starts by complimenting Texas A&M on their amazing branding and their beautiful murals and the displaying on the walls of history.
She feels excluded. She feels excluded by because of not being represented in the history that she was not part of.
Yeah.
Which is insane. That would be like let's say if I, as a South African, were to go to America and say, I feel excluded because there's no representation of South African tribes and apartheid history in say Texas A&M. I was like, what the hell? You know? I don't get people who are like this. I mean, why do you need to be included like that? Why can't you just be happy that like they're actually accommodating you? Like, never mind history. Like you, the person, you there. They treat you well. They educate you. Not like racist towards you.
This is a This is a faculty member, mind you.
How do these guys? Okay, why don't they do this in the grocery store? Why don't they do this at the police station? I feel excluded at the police station because there's no representation of people like me. I feel excluded at the post office because there's no. I mean, this is how ridiculous it is. It's just for whatever reason we've come to accept that this is reasonable in like businesses and universities. For whatever reason, we think it's reasonable. Yet, it would be just as ridiculous if this was done in a grocery store. I don't know, man. I think these people are crazy.
Yeah, I'm fucking childish.
They're crazy. Yeah. I don't know. What do you make of it, Psych? Especially like, I know this is I've seen this from the racial perspective instead of the gender one. In South Africa, that's like the main topic this time. So, yeah, you do have people talk about being included by race, and it's funny to have that happen because South Africa is like, it's not just race. We have different tribes here, and if anything, that's even more of a division than race.
No. She's talking about race. All these people are talking about race. They don't say women, but all the people that are talking about it are fucking women. Like,
yeah, this is the problem with intersectionality. Is that obviously it goes its own sort of like devolves into just a mess.
I thought she might be referring to non-binary people. I thought that that's what she was referring to, or something like that.
No,
because,
here I can, because the
Yeah, she
African
said
American.
well,
We
I,
should take advantage of the really good branding that we have, and incorporate more welcoming murals, more welcoming signs, just talking about African American history, how it's influenced Texas A&M in the past. And we need to keep having panels with student leadership, with faculty and staff leadership, to continue to talk about campus climate. We were doing it.
The campus climate. That's what they talk about. That's the environment.
yeah,
Right?
I mean, look, I am very disgusted by the whole, like, essentially, you need identitarian propaganda, or you need, propaganda that exalts the pride of your identity and that pays homage to a kind of to racial claims, and then what so you need to literally. She's literally saying that you need to have a write-up that is etched into some stone or etched into some placard somewhere that gives an ode to what the Black identity has contributed to something to do with the university. I mean, like, so that people feel included. I mean, like, that kind of I mean, that is a childish way of essentially rooting or grounding any. I mean, look, in my view, it makes sense that if you're going to advertise for a university and you're going to have pictures of students, that you should have something like a representative sample, which might be harder in America, because America, the Black population is only 10%. Or no, I don't actually know, but I mean, like, it's a much lower percentage of the population. So
yeah, it's about 10,
I don't know, like,
yeah, it's there.
So I mean, like, that might be also why some of these things are, especially also if you're talking about the history of the university and you've got pictures of the history of the university. I mean, I must say this is very reminds me of
Roads Must Fall.
There was this guy who was talking about ESCOM, and he was making a presentation to people inside of ESCOM, and it was all about the electricity crisis, and people complained that at the opening slide it had a picture of people, and the picture wasn't representative enough. The complaint is that the majority of the people weren't Black, essentially, that it didn't represent the population, the demographics of the population, and that was the complaint, and it kind of, that's why we have a failing electricity company, because that's the focus of people. It's just
Right.
It's completely. But anyway, so I posted a link to a video called "The Death of a University" or "The Death of the University of Cape Town." It's a guy who's a professor, a philosophy professor, who gave an interview on that book, just explaining how UCT, the University of Cape Town, which used to be a world-class university, has essentially been completely destroyed by racist policies and by politics, by this toxic identity politics.
Yeah, that's the one that I was saying. My alma mater. That's the wokest university in the country. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And I think second to that is probably. What would you say, Psyche? Would you say it's BITS?
I don't actually know a lot about universities and the current state of them. I mean, I know a bit about UCT. I don't know anything about BITS because, but yeah, I guess the Roads Must Fall thing was really mostly in Cape Town. It was mostly around UCT.
UCT it's rotten, man. Yeah.
Well, but these are the kind of people that fucking support this shit. I mean, this is that white guilt shit that all these white university professor women are carrying around.
Live in the real world. I also know that during the MGT report, DEI efforts were centralized or something to that effect. And I'm hoping that they listen to the voice of the faculty. So to that end, I just wanted to share with you that on the Faculty Senate, you have a lot of allies. And if you need us to mobilize and help you, we're here for you, Annie. Or at least I am. I know I'm speaking on behalf of a few people, but we're here for you and we see you and appreciate your efforts.
Well, thank you. I
We see you.
I remember that.
Yeah. This is how they get
It's
shit
what-
done at the university level.
That's what woke people do. I mean, the representation thing, that whole shtick is really annoying. Like what Psyche was talking about having a slide and then people complaining about it. Just a presentation, like the first whatever slide, that has to do with like electricity, but now you're going to talk about the aesthetics of the presentation. It didn't have enough of this particular race. But what happens
Right.
if you only had 2 people to show on the picture? Would he now have? Does every picture now have to have at least like say 10 to get enough tokens in the picture? You know, to fit Asian, black, in our case, colored, white. And even then, it's not just white, it has to be English and Afrikaans white, because these are distinct cultures. Don't just smash them together, you know?
But this is going off of what people look like, not how people are and behave like.
I just wanted to make a small comment that is I mean, just this reiterates a point that I made earlier. You know, when they say things like "we see you,"
Yeah.
I mean, I do think that they don't see the individual. They are looking through them, and they're saying, we see that you are a good representative of your identity and that you are a good partisan for your identity faction, and that you are, you know, promoting, you know, it's like we see your identitarian claim and we see your promotion of that identitarian claim, and I support, I see
And I
your
acknowledge
work in
and
that
support.
endeavor. And
Yeah.
it is like a dehumanizing cult, but you can see like how, you know, like just the weird, because it is, I think it is a dishonest contortion of the language.
Yeah.
We see you. I mean, there's everything about that is just so depersonalized, because it's we, the collective. So
Right.
I'm trying to say the system is waiting to address your identitarian, you know, program and promotion of your piece of the puzzle, because we're all just, you know, disembodied fragments of this, you know, strange future project. It's I always find it weird. I mean, psychologically, sorry, I've said that a bit clumsily, but essentially because you have to see yourself in the future looking back at the past. Like it's very strangely located. You know, you're in a hypothetical future, and then you are all just a piece of that puzzle that is going to come together in the future, and therefore, you know, we see that you are this piece of the puzzle that is going to be, you know, that is going to make the complete picture in the future. And because it lives in the future, we just all have to play our part. We all just have to get in line, and we have to allow ourselves to be organized and allow ourselves to be mediated and intervened upon according to this program that's going to lead to the complete picture. And under that program, you can justify any, you can make people kneel and have kneel with their Mandela scarves and you know, do all these weird things, and you know,
It's a fucking cult.
and then you get to use their special language. We see you.
Yeah, we see.
We are the Borg. I mean,
Right? I mean,
Resistance
the
is
woke
futile.
one, I just want to echo blah, blah, blah. Like, echo.
From a
not-
different from a different perspective, it's kind of like that entire sentence is all a lie, you know. Firstly, there's no seeing that's happening. And then the actual pronouns used are wrong. If anything, it's the individual person saying we when they actually should be saying I. And when they say you, they should be saying, it should be the you that is like the
Did she
collective
say
instead of the
we
singular.
or I?
She said, we see you, right? We, as in
Did she?
me and I guess
My collective?
us, the system, the collective. We see you. But in reality, it's her, the individual, who subscribes to this hive mind mentality, seeing another individual, but not as an individual, as just a representative of the collective.
Yeah,
If
well,
anything, she's seeing the
I think to
collective.
her that's what a you is. When she says
Yeah.
you, all she sees is identity. She does not see individuals. You know, she
Right.
doesn't. It doesn't. They don't. There are no individuals in her mind. Everyone is just a depersonalized token of a faction. But I also think that, you know, they would be a
Definition
lot
of
more
person.
honest if they actually just uttered the Borg statements, because they do actually fulfill their ideology much better. We are the Borg. Resistance is futile. You know, like we're in the process of assimilating this institution. You know, like we
Yeah.
see your efforts in gaining ground, and you know, I concur. We are the Borg. Resistance is futile. You know, like that's essentially that's the only message.
Yeah.
Sorry, I must say I'm slightly tired, and I've disgusted myself, I guess, enough. But it's so distasteful just looking over any of this stuff.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I posted that for Emmanuel.
Yeah, I put it in the main chat too.
It's a really good interview. I really loved watching that interview.
Let's see. David Bonata. I don't think let me see if I.
He's a bit famous for arguing with Jordan Peterson because he's the
Really?
he's the anti-natalist. He's the anti-natalist. He believes that humans should go extinct, but he's a. I mean, I disagree with his philosophical arguments as well, but he's a very clear thinker, and he has actually been great in the culture war. I mean, he was early in the culture war as well. Like, he argued against a lot of these I don't know if environmentalists, but a lot of the woke people. Like he's.
I wish I could see a picture of him in this thing, because it's just showing a picture of, yeah. Because maybe I wasn't close to the, you know, humanities. I had like 1 or 2 courses, you know, from there, but I don't remember having a David Benata as a lecturer.
He did lecture first years until recently. I think they might have taken him off of that. But let me find a picture of him.
What did he lecture?
It must have been some introductory philosophy course. I'm not sure. I mean, I never went to UCT, but I have met David Benatar because he hosted and organized the I don't know what they call it, the Philosophy Society, which is for anyone to go and listen to philosophy lectures.
Yeah, we had those societies, sort of like clubs of, I guess, different interests, philosophy, commerce, or whatever. Yeah.
So
they have like speakers and events and things like that. Yeah. And so what he is, I guess, partly correct, partly incorrect. He finds the good fight in some aspects, and in others he's
on the cultural issues he's dead on. He in fact he can make really amazing arguments. He made. I can't find a picture of him online. That's a bit weird. I mean, he's there must be an interview of him somewhere on YouTube where it shows his face. But he has gotten a lot of bad attention for some of his intellectual arguments, which have to do with antinatalism. Do you know what antinatalism is?
Yeah.
I don't.
So it means that he advocates that human beings should voluntarily go extinct, that they shouldn't reproduce.
Yeah.
And so his whole philosophy, like I see one of his major papers is the asymmetry between pleasure and pain. So he basically says like pleasure might be a good thing, but that like pain is so bad that essentially we should focus on mitigating pain than on trying to go for pleasure, because in some sense pleasure is always fleeting, but in some sense human existence will on average have more pain than pleasure, and therefore it's immoral for us to reproduce. Essentially, that's basically this kind of argument, which it makes some logical sense, but I don't think it's reasonable. But anyway, but he's a very cogent thinker on any of the culture war stuff, and he's been making arguments against all of the identity politics stuff, all of the he debates people very well, and he's debated people on UCT, and he's taken a lot of flack for it. And it's interesting, because in that interview he says at the beginning of the interview, he's like, it's harder and harder for me to make these arguments because of the pressure, because of, and he basically says that his head is on the chopping block, but he made this amazing book called, I think, The Death of the University, or The Death of Cape Town, The Death of the University of Cape Town. And he puts in that a lot of essays that he wrote during the time of Fees Must Fall. And a lot of, and it's interesting because he's really grappled with these people intellectually the whole time. And he trouses them completely, and he very methodically goes through everything. He makes, I say that just from sampling his work. I haven't read the book, but I imagine that it really is an amazing book.
I'm trying to find a video where I actually get to see his face on YouTube, and I just stumbled across a clip of from a UCT's YouTube channel where they had an admissions policy debate at UCT in 2010. So basically, this stuff has been happening for a very long time.
Yeah.
I just didn't. I guess at the time, when I got there, I didn't realize that this was bubbling under the surface.
There's many people at my local university that still don't know. That they're just now seeing it, and they're like, what?
Yeah.
Like they don't know what to say. Like there was one guy that spoke up during this presentation, actually, and he just asked a question, and the answer he got was so just bullshit, because he doesn't.
I don't want to watch this.
No. It's just the guy that asks about the policy, because she does this whole presentation on this new policy she would like to get started ASAP, right? And I guess they were going to try to vote on it or something. But no, this is the average guy's response, because it's not a couple
of others as well that revolve around core values. So I would be delighted if we were able to get this process started.
Senator McGill.
I guess you talked about having to put these things together for reports. Who do you report to? Is it everyone, the government, or what are we? Where do these reports go?
You mean the diversity accountability report? Each unit prepares a report and submits it to the Office for Diversity annually. Is that what you mean? Did I answer your question?
I had the impression you might have to report it to someone too. So
We reported to you. So on February 25th, the university community can come out and we do poster sessions to advise the community on all of the work that is happening across our campus.
Did she say poster sessions?
Poster session, yeah.
What is that?
I don't know, but that guy's just like, I mean, because he's smart and he saw that thing, and I know he's thinking communism. That's why he's like, do you have to report to somebody?
I was also thinking, I don't know what a poster session is, but I imagine what it might be is that they put up a poster that says that there's a public hearing, essentially, and then so you attract people to a meeting with posters. That is my guess. I have no idea, but I'm guessing that might be that's what I imagined it was, because I was trying to work it out myself.
I'm thinking maybe it's like a presentation of like the results from the reports in like a poster form, so it's easier to digest
like
for the average person just walking by.
Board?
Sort of like a bit of an expo, where they tell most of the university that, look, this is what we've achieved during the year in terms of diversity, and so we woke. But I don't see how that's of any value, and I think that's what the guy is basically trying to ask. Like, I think he's trying to ask, who do you report to, so I can get a sense of like who needs this work, why is it of any importance?
It's
and then when you struggle to say, it's like, to the guy, you're sort of thinking, oh, so this is just like paperwork. You're just pushing paper. It's not really doing anything, because she literally said, I asked you to report to me and then I report back to you.
Yes, because she's the diversity officer. Because he's like, I thought you like, because he brought up the government. When you have to report this shit to the government or something.
It's interesting how much they have to kind of dance around making inroads. They should rather just do exactly what will make them feel better about their ideology. It's very clear what they want, actually, that they need to get mannequins that are look like white people and are dressed up, and then they get nooses and then they hang them from things, and then they write on the mannequin whiteness, so that they're hanging whiteness, and then they get other things, like they get red carpets, and only some people can use the red carpets, and other people of other colors can't use the red carpets, and so that is because unless you're denigrating someone, you're not producing social justice. You have to make people feel bad about their identity, so that other people can feel, by contrast, the social justice.
That's the zero-sum mindset, though.
Yeah.
You have to take dignity from somebody else in order to obtain it yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
You see, that to me would be much more direct.
It's sort of like inequality politics. It's what is bad is not the fact that I am here. It's the fact that you are there relative to where I am. Therefore, in order to solve this problem, we have to shrink the relative distance. And they never opt for, let's raise the poor without damaging those who are ahead. It's always take those who are ahead and bring them back to our level. It's always that. That's the default. And I think I said in the chat that they hate the privilege a lot more than they care for the disadvantaged.
Right.
Yeah.
But they're all privileged. I mean, isn't it a privilege to go to a university and all that shit?
Yeah.
But their ideological definition of privilege allows them to give them because you see, if they don't have an enemy, persecute, then they have no drive. They have no angle of making the world better, and it helps them order, what's right and what's wrong. Without that target, they wouldn't know that they're actually being a good person if they didn't have someone to aim at bringing down. And so, and that also helps them coordinate with other people, because then they can all be on the right side. They can all be together against the same target. So it helps cohesion, and it helps them feel, secure as well, I guess. But I mean, I was just saying everything that I was saying because I'm sure that would make her feel better than forcing all of her colleagues to deliver reports that then she has to read and judge. Then she could just denigrate them more directly, by actually that she could walk on the red carpet and they wouldn't be able to walk on the red carpet. And then she would have all these effigies, like of people, representing whiteness being disemboweled or being denigrated. And then, she could just gesture to those things, while she's on the red carpet looking down on the other people who, I mean, that's much more direct than having to, circuitously gather these reports and then try to give people feedback on their reports, or try to say, oh, this report, it's really not good enough,
This one, she's a gender studies professor, because they were talking about groups. And the one lady from here was like, yeah, we hold a book club thing, and it's kind of voluntary. I mean, I don't make anybody do any homework or anything, but we get together and we'll watch like 20 minutes of this, or read 10 minutes of some, what is that South African fella's name? Trevor Noah. We'll read some of Trevor Noah's book, and then this lady chimes in, and she has this program that she's been running at University of Galveston. It's an extension of A&M. She's talking about how she does make her people do homework.
And the working on that, and that's stuff that faculty is really good at. And then here's the ways that structures need to be put in place in order for a diverse group of people to actually succeed. And that's the stuff that staff is really good at, right? And so making these things talk to one another has been really, really difficult. So I wanted to share that we've had a lot of success at Galveston. We have an anti-racism allyship group that meets twice a month. And Tracy, I do make them do homework. We have homework that we do, and it's no students, it's faculty and staff, and we have some accountability structure. So I don't know that is something that anyone's interested in, but I've been running that for 2 years now, and I've had a lot of success. It works campus-wide because we're a small program, but if folks want to implement that within departments at College Station, it might be successful. So if you wanted to reach out to me, I can speak with you also about that.
Man, I would really like to know exactly the history of her success. I would really like to know the things that she has implemented, because I'm sure it's a laundry list of just atrocious, demoralizing, immoral acts. And I would actually like to know.
She's stuck her fucking faculty and staff in a gulag for 2 years already. Yeah, super demoralizing.
Yeah, that's another thing, is that, I mean, she's saying how successful it is, and she's the leader of it. I mean, shouldn't we talk to one of the followers of it to work out how successful it perhaps is?
Did you see her face when she was like, and I do make them do homework?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Okay,
What kind of homework do you do? Is it like reading up on more woke nonsense? Is it
yeah,
I know. Do you like a maybe she gives them like a circuit, like a sort of routine to absolve themselves of their privilege, of their
Hail Marys,
of their sins and all these things? I mean, is it like a ritual of some sort? Like, I mean, I can't think of anything of value that she could do, like that she could give them as homework.
Well, I think have you heard of what is it called? Something bias training, cognitive bias training, and
no, it's
oh yeah, So I think that might be what they do, is they try to get you to undo your implicit biases by trying to propagate, like, essentially prejudice the other way, so that you will equalize, which is, like, all of that stuff is complete quackery. Like, that's all pseudoscience. The people who really study implicit biases said that this was not how this stuff was meant to be ever used.
Right.
But that's the world that we live in now. It's kind of like Clockwork Orange.
Right.
I
Well, what do
think
you
I
think
have.
for our future, Psych? Before you go, I know you got to go. What do you think?
What do I think about the future of
Yeah.
civilization?
Yeah. Is there any deprogramming these kind of people, or is there white guilt and their cult indoctrination to root it in? Because I mean, really, it's a lot of these women's life's work, and to try to divorce them from this feminist ideology, that's like trying to take a piece of them away.
Well, I don't think we have to, like, all of the people who are actually, what's the word, orchestrating this stuff. These are people that's all they're good at, is orchestrating this stuff. They don't have any useful skills.
Right.
They are essentially malcontents that are deeply misanthropic, like in their purpose, like they just, and so excluding them from institutions and excluding them from structures is just a net gain. Like, these are toxic people. So just avoiding them or cutting them out of structures is just, in some sense, it's like, it's like holding up a sign that says "I'm stupid" and going to be a cause of general retardation of whatever system I'm a part of. Right. So in some sense, it's actually a net positive, because if you can choose who you work with, or you can choose to what people to hire. It's like wearing a T-shirt that says, "Don't hire me. I'm a lead weight that's going to destroy society."
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking exactly. I was thinking of dead weight, and how, like, just getting rid of dead weight, it's an automatic plus,
Right.
Yeah. So as long as you have any kind of functional independence, and you have half a brain that you're aware of these sorts of things, you can just easily, this makes it easier to move forward without dead weight. Exactly. So I think that in some sense it's a positive. And then the other people, they're all just fickle people that will cotton onto any fad in society. They are just the masses, the multitude that have never cared either way. They just want to get with whatever virtue signaling program is on tap, because that is how they're, I don't know what they're called, but so the the preening, superficial, people who are into status and propagating status. They're always just chasing status symbols and cultural tokens of high standing and high class, and so, like, I mean, there'll always be superficial people in the world.
Right.
They're effectively immature, and part of their immaturity is disguising their immaturity as sophistication. And so, like, this is a perennial evil. It's part of the human condition. These people will fall in line with whatever the new zeitgeist, seemingly places in vogue. In some sense, it was the brilliance of these, misanthropic malcontents to actually capture them, because once they've captured these people, they can't let it go. If you have to keep on doubling down, because it's like Piers Morgan, who got on the COVID train early, because you get on the COVID train early. I mean, the whole thing, the reason why we overreacted to COVID is only for two reasons. because China had a lockdown and because the Imperial College study speculated that this has a 1% mortality rate when it's actually like a tenth of that. You know, it's
Right.
much lower than 1%, but they assumed that COVID had just touched down in the country when they started seeing people in the hospital. So they assumed that you know, it was much more virulent than it actually was. And so we, because of China and because of the Imperial College study, which is a study that will never be peer reviewed because it's basically junk and it was wrong, but because people got on the train at that point, that was never fixed. That basic number was never, even Fauci said 1%. It has
Right.
1%.
Right.
You know, mortality. So like,
Right.
you get these things that are just like, you know, these details, they go by the wayside, and then you just get a momentum and people just keep on doubling down. And
They keep echoing them.
yeah.
Because they're puppets. The puppets echo the things that the puppets echo.
I mean, it's just what happens when you don't have enough people with independent integrity holding up the sense-making arena or being thought leaders or being influencers, and they're crowded out by the superficial, you know, kind of, or people of a more sycophantic nature, you know, that are just always looking for some kind of
But those
way to
people
get
would
benefits.
typically be men, and having feminists take over the institutions, it's displaced a lot of the men. And then having them, you know, with the cancel culture shit.
I mean, that is true, but I would say that academia has always been susceptible to this kind of corruption, because in some sense, there is a kind of live and let live strategy within academia where you don't really want real disruptors who are real geniuses. Perhaps you want people who allows everyone to have their specialization and to have their own dominion, their own secluded patch of undisputed territory. And because then everyone can continue to specialize and fractionate and create more sub-departments, and it just kind of, and everyone's safe in their own separate ivory tower in its own specialization. And there's no holistic view, because as soon as you start getting polymaths that come and create a general understanding about things, then you find a lot of these ivory towers are just bullshit. You know, they're foundationally built into bullshit.
Yeah. Oh, bye, Emmanuel. Bring back the patriarchy. Well, shall we call it?
Oh, thanks for the stream. I guess we did go over a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I will say goodbye to the chat. Actually, I have one quick question that I want to ask you after I end this. Good night, everybody. Iron Sun, Dad Teaches. And maybe see y'all later.